What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right, so what is it, Friday night? Must be the Friday night Radio Baloney Live. I'm your host, Richie Baloney. Just realized when I was getting the stream set up that I'd forgot to put in the proper title for this stream. So it's just, I go off like an old template I just use every time. And it was like back from when there was the assassination attempt on Trump. And yeah, so it's not about that. That didn't happen. I've replaced the title now. So it's the right title. And yeah, sorry for anybody who went, holy crap, what happened? Yeah, nothing happened. Well, lots has happened, but not that. I made a big mistake. So my apologies to all, but to reward you, I thought I'd give you something special to make it all better. Hold on.
Okay, what are you thinking? Why have you come to me? Please believe me. Please choose me. They are very complete. I hope you can take them. They are very complete. Many engine in my factory. What are you thinking?
So I was just thinking that if anybody needed, a very complete engine, an engine that she assures us is very complete, here you go. You get it from this lady because she's got the engines very complete. I just ask you, don't lie to her, okay? Don't lie to her. She doesn't want that. She's just trying to get you a very complete engine. They're very pretty, I've been assured, and there's many engines in her factory. All right. So, listen, let's go over the menu. And then we are going to go back to the chat, and then we'll come back and talk about all these stories in detail. But first, let's take a quick look what we're going to be dealing with. First off, I just wanted to get this out of the way. Hillary Clinton just being awful and just being this is just far left extremism, okay? And man, you should hear the things she was saying like 20, 30 years ago. She should be calling herself from 20 years ago racist and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, she's just evil. Just evil. Of course, we're going to talk about the Trump tariffs, the Supreme Court, what this means for Canada, which is actually, it turns out, not very much. So we'll go through all of that. We've got lots to deal with there. We're going to talk with some polling on just how these new polls should just be called just how stupid are Canadians. We'll take a look at that. We're going to take a look at Alberta independence. Danielle Smith, she's got a new referendum coming up. She says that if they get enough people signed for the petition, they're going to have the independence referendum in October. There's lots to go over there. We're going to talk about just the lunacy in Canada. You've got a guy fined $750,000 because he refuses to pretend to believe gender ideology, that men can be women or women can be men. This is the insanity you're seeing in Canada now from the Human Rights Tribunal, which seems to be a euphemism for totalitarianism. We've got the NDP leadership debate. We'll go over that. They're crazy. They're so crazy. The NDP, these guys. I don't know. Well, I think he's the favorite, this guy, Evie Lewis. And I don't know. I mean, I'm almost giving up on predicting what Canadians will do. Certainly the Canadian left. I mean, he's a nut. But is that good or bad? I don't know yet. I don't know. I guess we'll just have to find out. I mean, good for the NDP or not. It may just be the nuttier, maybe the better. I don't know. Yes, we've got another floor crossing in Canada, another Conservative MP, and Canada's just turning into a banana republic at this point. We will go over that. We've got, I thought you guys were the judge. There's a lot of just don't be Canada in this stream. So if you're watching from outside of Canada, this is important for you because these are the red flags. These are the things to watch for in your own country. Now, most of the West is already crazy too, but crazy in different ways or not as crazy as Canada. I'm just showing you things to watch out for. If you see these things happening, start worrying, right? You can't even dunk on basket weaving nowadays without the CBC making it into a scandal. Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Ford tells students not to pick basket weaving courses in wake of OSAP cuts. So, there used to be the old joke about, now this actually seems perfect. This actually sounds sane now, but they used to talk about, lesbian basket weaving classes at the university. That actually is relatively sane compared to what they've got now. The CBC wasn't having that, though. Indigenous artist slams Ontario Premier's basket weaving comment. You can't make this up, folks. I've got the article here. We're going to go through it. It's as ridiculous as you'd think. And then I thought, let's actually maybe go through some of the courses you can get at in universities in Canada. Are they specifically about basket weaving? Oh, if only they were. Woke Canada. Oh, yeah. So they got a snitch line set up to. This is a non-crime hate incident. This is a non-crime hate incident thing like they have. Well, they're shutting it down in the UK. They have had that. But the police can come visit you if somebody anonymously complains that you made them anxious or something. So, of course, in Canada, that makes perfect sense. EU. Anybody who wants their country to get closer to the EU is insane. Here's German Chancellor Merz. I want real names on the internet. I want to know who is speaking. Those who hide behind anonymity. This demand the greatest transparency from the others. Brace yourself, censorship in action. They just don't want to be free, apparently. They just don't want to be. Here's Macron. He says free speech is complete bullshit. What is happening? This is terrifying. It's terrifying. People are just sleepwalking into 1984. It's shocking. Here's Rupert Lowe, who's got actually a good message here. A positive message for young white men who feel ignored and insulted. He doesn't think you should have to take that. He doesn't agree, and good. Canada made, so medical assistance in dying. A lot of this stream is just don't be Canada. Just warnings for the rest of the world. This is just a cautionary tale stream for the rest of the world. So distraught family blasts Canada for euthanizing son 26 who suffered from seasonal depression. Well, he had, diabetes type 1. It's a couple of other issues, but do you really want to be? But this was for depression. Here's an article. It's a couple of years old, actually, talking about 428 cases of possible criminal violations regarding Ontario's euthanasia regulators. And none of this is new. Nothing ever gets done because it's Canada. Nothing ever gets done. Nothing ever gets fixed. We've got J.D. Vance making fun of AOC, her appearance at the Munich Security Conference. And, JD's good at this. What else we got? So here, much like the EU, apparently going to be Canada's savior. We've got skyrocketing numbers of people on unemployment insurance. Nothing is going to get better from here. And see this huge spike here, that was COVID. And then it came right down after that, but then straight back up again. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. And it appears Canadians will never learn and keep voting for the same insanity. What do we have here? So Brian Lilly posted this. Jason Kenney, Canada's former immigration minister, says that he's been told by inside sources that under the Liberals, many refugee claims are rubber stamped without a hearing or any questions. Yeah, and this is not old. This is not new news, actually. We've known this for years. I've reported on it in the past. But because it's Canada, nothing ever changes. And then we have the last one. We got Adam Carolla in here. That's fun. There's a bunch of stuff you guys sent in. We've got lots and lots of good stuff in here. Some of it's political. There's a lot of it's just like nice stuff like this. Just palate cleansers after all of that weird news, weird things that you guys send in. I don't even understand why, but you guys just send them in and I play them. You guys send them, I play them. All right. There's some stuff we got to save for the Monday night premium stream. Oh, Jesse Lee Peterson. Love Jesse Lee Peterson. Just great. He is hilarious. And we got tons in there. You guys know what's going on. Anybody watching on YouTube, please go and subscribe to my second channel on YouTube, Radio Baloney News. This is where you get all the world news and UK news and everything not live stream in Canada. You know, meme reviews, woke mind virus, all that stuff. Radio Baloney News from now on. You have to go there to get it. You have to subscribe there to get it. The gatekeepers are afraid. They fear nothing more than us combining our powers together and becoming more powerful than they could ever imagine. Don't you want to be a part of that? It's going to be awesome. All right, everybody.
Engine, my factory. If you need many engine, you can find them. Don't hurt me. Don't lie to me. They are very complete. They are very pretty. Many engine in my factory. What are you thinking? Why have you come to me? Please believe me. Please choose me. They are very complete. I hope you can take them. They are very complete. Many engine in my factory. What are you thinking?
So I absolutely encourage you to go and get what I hear are very complete engines. Get a very complete, one or more very complete engines from her factory. The only thing I ask of you, please don't lie to her. Please don't hurt her. Okay? That's the only thing I ask. She's just trying to sell you a very complete, very pretty engine. Okay? And she's got lots of them there. I'm sure she's got one for you. Just be kind. That's all I'm asking. All right, so let's get to that chat. Now, as everybody knows, we're streaming on Rumble, on YouTube, on X, and on Locals. And when you subscribe to the channel, of course you get free good karma. When you become a member of the channel, paying member of the channel, of course you get free good karma, right? If you just decide you lose your mind and you decide to just send me money for some reason, you're getting some good karma for that. Easiest way, though, is just like the stream. Like that stream. And you get, maybe I should be promoting the sending me money part more. I don't know. I've got to think about this. In any case, the easiest way, just like the stream. And when you're early, you get extra good karma. Extra. In these troubled times, folks, can you afford to turn your back on some free good karma? I wouldn't do it. I heard a guy did that and he got lupus. I know. Seriously. Well, not really. Xerxes, how you doing? Spambot got the second like. Well, let's see. It's a 6 karma. Good karma for the first one. So that's 5 good karmas for you, Spambot. 5. Nevada got number 4. So the 6. So that's like, well, let's see. That's, is that 2? All right. Rosie got 3. She's the third. She gets 3. Boom. Did Xerxes get number 1? That's 6. 6 good karmas for you. Boom. Happy times. All right. And we got Rosie in here. JJ, how you doing? Trudeau survivors in the chat. Good to see you. Says non-binary it thing going around Montreal suing for perceived discrimination. 40 plus human rights tribunal cases. Vancouver has a similar demon. The wax by female. Bowls loser. Yeah, we're going through that. We're going through the and we're gonna get a little bit in depth. We're gonna go through like the procedures and how it's not even a real court. We're gonna get into the human rights tribunals. They are an abomination. I've been making videos on them for years. They're an abomination and they need to just be eradicated, just gone. Oh God. It is. Canada is just, it's so further than I even imagined when I started this channel, which was years ago. Let's say, Dramus, how you doing? Dramus got the 6, so that's 1.75. Good karmas for you, my friend. Very well. Let's see. Izzy got number 5, so that's number 5 is 1.9 good karmas or something. I don't know. Just making this up as I go along. Trudeau Survivor says there's a story about a school in Ontario with a poster saying something like only white people can be racist. I think I've got that one for tonight. Rosie says, you think she filmed all those engines at the Biltmore? Where else? Where else? Nevada says, Smith for PM. I think she'd make a fine prime minister. Trudeau Survivor says, I saw something about the Star Trek first male Klingon gay kiss. Or maybe it was Ellen DeGeneres. Yeah, I haven't seen, like, I've just kind of heard mentions about this, and I don't know. Male Klingon gay, yeah, I don't know. That's not my Star Trek. Oh, God. Let's see. Oh God, I'm not watching. Okay, Rosie, I did not hear about that. I don't want to know about that, Rosie. Ottawa James, how you doing? Like number 8. So that's 1.1257 good karmas for you. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Trudeau Survivor says Albino Rhino was a beer in Vancouver that was forced to change the name because human rights. Are you kidding? You've got to be kidding me. Somebody's saying, pizza. I ate pizza for dinner. All right, we have to fact check that. Even though we've got a ton on the menu. Fact check. Albino Rhino beer. Human Rights Tribunal. Let's see. What is this? Oh, yes, it was the Earl's beer, wasn't it? Okay. Holy macaroon. Earl's drops albino rhino after human rights fight. Wow. So here's like an albino, it looks like, who got mad because a beer had a name. Earl's Restaurant is dry. When is this from? This is 2013. Wow. This stuff has been going on a long time. Earl's Restaurant is dropping the albino rhino brand from its menus after a Vancouver woman with albinism filed a human rights complaint against them last year. What? In her complaint, Iponwosa Ero said the marketing of the albino line was demeaning to Ero and all people with the genetic condition, and that it was being done deliberately to evoke a sense of oddness about, I mean, this is lunacy. Oh my God. Yeah, the lunacy has been going on a long time, a really long time. So named after a white rhinoceros, albino rhino made her sad. Made her sad, so they had to stop doing it. How much money did she get? Ero told the CBC she is very pleased with the decision. I think they eventually did the responsible thing and have created a. What about the word albino? I mean, maybe that should be illegal. Maybe you shouldn't be able to say it because it'll remind albinos that they're albinos. Holy crap. This is 12 years. This is 13 years ago. Ero said anyone thinking the case was political correctness gone mad should try to get to know someone suffering from albinism to better understand the condition. Can you, I mean, if you think about it, though, can you really imagine if you were an albino and you went out somewhere and there was a beer called Albino Rhino and it was the white rhinoceros? Could you imagine how much that would hurt you? No, This is insanity. Most people have learned about the condition from pop culture. It's grossly exaggerated and grossly wrong. What a waste of just money, human potential, everything. How much did she get? This is all just scams. Canada is now just a land of scams, right? Where you can just, I guess it's an industry now, right? It's an industry. You could just make money by being a victim. My God, it's pathetic. Ottawa James says she must be an NDPer. Oh, I'm sure. I am absolutely sure. Good Lord. All right. Well, thanks for bringing that up. I should really come back to that when we get to the Human Rights Tribunal thing. All right. So there we have it. Let's just get started, shall we? Hold on. Let me have a sip of ranch juice. All right. So there's this crazy witch called Hillary Clinton, and she's awful. And I don't think she's sincere in anything she says, because if you look at clips from her from like 20 years ago, it's a different person. She would have to call herself 20 years ago, fascist, racist, blah, 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 all the stuff she accuses everybody else of. I think this is just one of the most cynical and, dare I say, evil people that's ever been in politics. Hillary Clinton. Hold on a second. I actually want to see if we can just very quickly. I'm not going to drag this out. If I can't find anything right away, we'll move on. Hillary Clinton. Let's see. Where's an old clip of Hillary Clinton? Oh, what's this? Here she's being really fascisty. Let's see.
As we're seeing these thousands of children come across, shunted off into...
This is 2014, so this is 12 years ago.
Makeshift shelters.
It's horrible.
Hard choice. Let them stay in the United States or send them back.
Well, 2 quick points. One, the numbers are increasing dramatically. And the main reason I believe why that's happening is that the violence in certain of those Central American countries is increasing dramatically. And there is not sufficient law enforcement or will on the part of the governments of those countries to try to deal with this exponential increase in violence, drug trafficking, the drug cartels. And many children are fleeing from that violence.
Should they be able to stay here? It's safer.
It may be safer, but that's not the answer. I do not.
Should they be sent back?
Well, first of all, we have to provide the best emergency care we can provide. We have children 5 and 6 years old who have come up from Central America. We need to do more to provide border security in southern Mexico.
They should be sent back now.
Well, they should be sent back as soon as it can be determined who responsible adults and their families are, because there are concerns about whether all of them can be sent back. But I think all of them who can be should be reunited with their families. And just as Vice President Biden is arguing.
Oh, my God. She's Hitler. She's talking about deporting children. Oh, my God. Let's see. That's not even going back 20 years, right? Let's see. What's she saying here? What is this from? Hold on. What is this?
More people were deported under my husband and Barack Obama without killing American citizens and without putting children into detention camps than were in the first Trump term or this first year.
Actually, yeah, people did die under their terms. It's just the media doesn't talk about it. It was like several dozen under Obama, actually. Yeah, so that's a lie. But she just admitted that she's even more of a Hitler than Orange Hitler. Wow. Let's see. Have we got anything else here? Ooh, what's this? This looks good. Here we go. Here she's going full on Hitler. Let's take a look.
So
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people.
This is 2000. This is 2008. So under 20 years ago.
To come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone. If they.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can you believe it? Wow. Wow. And they still let her on TV. Let's hear what she has to say. Is it something as evil as that?
We haven't gotten to the more perfect union, and we fought a civil war over part of it. Mm-hmm. And people have been protesting, for hundreds of years that, things were not as they should be, given our ideals and how we should be moving toward them. So I think that's what makes us so special as a country. And the idea that you could turn the clock back and try to recreate a world that never was, dominated by, let's say it, white men of a certain persuasion, a certain religion, a certain point of view, a certain ideology, is just doing such damage to what we should be aiming for. And we were on the path toward that. I mean, imperfectly, lots of,
What did she talk? They were on the... does she mean they were on the path that under Biden, importing 20 million illegal people who aren't white Christians? Is that what she's talking about? Is that what she's talking about? I wonder. I guess she's just evil. She's just evil. What do they say? Jack posted this. Straight up admitting Democrats are targeting white Christian males because they are a threat.
Bumps along the way, but I agree with you. We were on the right trajectory.
Let me. Is she talking about the special? Is she talking about all the was she talking about all the FBI agents that were sent to spy on and persecute Christians? Is that what she's talking about? Is that the right track? I don't know. She keeps changing her mind so much, right? She would call she would call herself just like 11, 12 years ago a fascist. She would have to, if confronted with that video, right? She would have to call herself a fascist. Nothing makes any sense anymore. The media is just simply there for narrative control. That's it. And they just keep letting this ghoul out to spew her hatred. It's incredible, really. Incredible. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Yuck. All right. Let's go back to the chat for a second. Hold on. There we go. Oh, why isn't that working? Oh, no. Hold on. Well, maybe we'll move on from this one. What should we put on? I don't know. What's one we haven't seen for a while? How about just this? There we go. All right. What else we got going on? Okay, there's the albino rhino. You guys are talking about pizza. Let's see, must be an NDP here. Spambot, how you doing? Spambot got his referendum petition sign-up paperwork. A big hit for Spambot. Nobody wants to separate from Canada more than Spambot. He's in Alberta. Let's see. Rosie asks, what should we do about white Russians? Pink lemonade and black coffee. Too many to count. Well, I do believe black coffee is racist. I do believe it's already been decided that black coffee is racist. Wow. Ottawa James says, wow, she sounds like Trump. I know, right? I know. Sounds so angry because she is an angry person. Apparently, I mean, from like Dan Bongino he did Secret Service for the Clintons, said she was a nightmare monster. All right. Let's get back to it. So let's get to this. So Trump's court loss on tariffs doesn't mean much for Canada, and this is true. And let's go to the article. We're going to go to some videos of Trump talking about this, But first, we're going to take a quick look at this. Brian Lilly, Toronto Sun, Trump's court loss on tariffs doesn't mean much for Canada. The main tariffs hitting Canada's industries remain in place and will likely only be lifted with a negotiated settlement. So there's a lot of Liberal Party, a lot of Liberal Party supporters on social media triumphantly declaring the tariffs over. No, none of that happened. This does not mean much for Canada. America's highest court ruled the tariffs Trump imposed on much of the world under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEEPA, were unconstitutional. The main tariffs hitting Canada's industry, such as steel, aluminum, autos, and lumber, are levied under different powers, under different laws, and weren't part of this ruling. So the sectoral tariffs, that does not affect that. These are the main problems. That means 25% on tariff on assembled vehicles, the 50% tariff on steel and aluminum, and the 45% tariff and duty charges on softwood lumber remain in place, and they can go up. So none of this ruling of the Supreme Court does not actually matter. Remember, 85% of our products are tariff-free as long as CUSMA or USMCA remains in place, which I would not count on that, especially not with Mark Carney as the prime minister. So Trump said the decision is incorrect, but it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives, and it's true, they do. For months, the Trump administration has been warning that if the court did strike down these tariffs, that they would find other legal avenues to impose them. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged, Trump said, so everybody can just stop celebrating, right? His imposition of these tariffs on the 1974 Trade Act, his imposition of these tariffs in the 1974 Trade Act can take effect for 150 days unless Congress votes to extend them and pass them into law. It will be an interesting few months in Washington to see if support can be found for a 10% global tariff in the House of Representatives and Senate. Regardless, the 25 to 50% tariffs on main Canadian industries will remain unless and until trade negotiations see them lifted. So this is, it's a kind of inconvenient fact in this. You'd never know it from like the Canadian media and from a liberal X. But yeah, that's the reality. So Jasmine Lane posted this clip of Trump here. Let's take a look.
Wow, that's a lot of people. That's a new record. We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long, that I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. You can't knock their loyalty.
Well, the problem is that they've got a couple of conservative justices who don't seem to, well, at least half the time, they don't seem to think like conservatives. Or, like they're supposed to be just, originalists, supposed to just, interpret the Constitution as the people who wrote it as they intended. And they don't seem to do that. So one thing that Trump can still do, well, for those who are thinking now that Trump is somehow powerless to put on tariffs or to have other measures, no, he's far from that, far from powerless to do this. He can still follow through with his plan. He just can't do these sweeping big tariffs, right? And even then he still can. It's just that, this 10% levy now is going to probably only last until it gets to Congress. But still, that's going to exist until then. He can still ban products from the United States. Like, this is not the big win a lot of people seem to think that it is. A lot of people outside the United States or, leftists in the United States. Let's take a look.
But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little 2-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. They've been approved by the decision.
So, yeah, I would not start crowing quite yet. Let's see. Donald Trump claims Canada was hoping Trump would win the Supreme Court decision. Now Canada will be hit with even more tariffs. So I'm seeing on X a lot of liberals talking about Carney's brilliant move to, basically not work towards the deal, to wait it out until the Supreme Court decision. Well, it has affected nothing. In fact, this may see us in a much worse position, actually, because there's now greater impetus to just toss out the USMCA, which would be a disaster for Canada. At that point, my understanding is it would go to a WTO, World Trade Organization default of 3% on most things, which, keep in mind, 85% of exports to the States right now are tariff-free entirely, and that would not include the sectoral stuff like autos, steel, lumber, that sort of thing. So this is not a time to celebrate for Canadians, okay? Let's take a listen to this.
Canada said, I hope you win this decision because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. So to the president's point, we have a lot of tools out there. We have Section 122, which will be implemented today. It will be signed today and implemented very shortly. We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can investigate and address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit. And so you can look forward in the coming days and weeks to seeing all of that come out, and we're going to keep continuity in the program. We're going to keep addressing this so that the deficit can keep going down. That's the trend it has, and we can make America great.
No. Canada said,
want to watch that beginning one more time.
I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment?
Yeah. Any kind of celebrations are very premature on this. Food professor. Breaking. President Trump just announced that the U.S. is doubling down on tariffs, adding an additional 10% to all current global rates, including those affecting Canada. Washington also claims it has no intention of refunding the billions already collected in tariffs and will instead litigate the matter in court. Well, even the Democrats aren't going to be crazy enough to demand that. That's not going to be popular. That's not going to be popular at all. And only good for 150 days and needs congressional approval to extend it. Food professor says that matters a lot to Trump. That's still very powerful. And that's just one of the tools that he has. So he can altogether just ban trade from another country, right? Let's see. All right. Hold on. Let me just update this. See if I've got anything else in here that we missed out on. No, I think we saw this. And here he is talking about the $175 billion. I believe it's more than that, actually, what's been raised from the tariffs. But let's take a look.
Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective. It's almost like not written by smart people. And what they do, they don't even talk about that. Your question is very basic. That was the first question I asked also to make you feel good. I said, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
Do you have to refund?
Yeah, I can't imagine that even the Democrats would demand that. That can't be popular, right? That could not possibly be a popular strategy. So I don't see that happening at all. And it'll be litigated for years anyway. All right. So I think that is all I had on that. All right. So let's get rid of this and also this because we don't need that. Let's go back to the chat for a second, everybody. Everybody. Hello, everybody. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Why is that stopping? Why is this stopping? Don't stop. Keep going forever. Weird. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening on here. Let's see. What do we got here? There we go. Let's check this one out. There we go. Let's see. What are you guys saying? I don't know. James says, LOL, Killery. Oh, dear. Let's see. Rosie asked, did Sweeney have a baby? Most new mothers wear sweatpants. Her nursing dress is so fancy. I don't think she had a baby, did she? I don't think so. Didn't hear about it. If she did, she's ruined for me now. Just kidding. Just kidding. Damn it. Damn it.
Right to jail, right away.
All right. Let's see. Nevada says California is already demanding refunds. Really? Can they be that? I mean, that can't be a winning political message. It just can't be. California is demanding the U.S. government pay back tariffs to other countries. That's insane. Rosie says, where not? Okay, I don't know. I'm slow. All right, I'm slow tonight. All right, let's move on. Let's get on to the next thing. Next crazy thing. What's going on here? So this is how insane Canada is right now. Let's see. For February 19th, polling Canada. Who represents the biggest threat to peace? US 48%, Russia 29%, China 10%, EU 2%. So right now, Russia is engaged in a years-long war, which they've invaded their neighbor Ukraine, which threatens to pull in the EU, not only the EU, but Canada and the United States as well. So, as well as, I mean, China's involved. They're funding Russia, and Russia's selling, most of their gas to China. So, who represents the biggest threat to peace? Well, none of these actually represent a threat to peace in Canada right now. Now, China obviously represents a threat to our integrity as a nation, right? With all of their interference and the spying and what looks like, literally plants into our government. So they would be the biggest threat to Canada, obviously, as Mark Carney said during the last election. Remember he said that? Militarily, the U.S. is not going to invade Canada. This is one of the most childishly inane things for anybody to believe. It's just shocking that this is my country now, that Canada would think that the U.S. is the 48% of Canadians would think that the United States is the biggest threat to peace for Canada. I mean, it's idiotic. I mean, it is so childishly naive. There is some large number of Canadians, it's certainly in the millions, it looks like, that actually believe that there might be American tanks rolling over the border to take over Canada. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, in 20 years, with China finally completes the takeover, and our prime minister is Chinese, and every MP is Chinese, and then we just we're no longer using the maple leaf flag. We're now just using the Chinese flag. I mean, maybe when the takeover is complete, right? And Canada just literally a giant threat to United States security, national security. But right now, there is zero chance the United States is going to invade Canada. I think that's what this means. That's what this reflects, is that Canadians actually think that. This is how propagandized, and honestly, at this point, just brain dead this country is. All right, let's get rid of that. So what do we got here? So, Alberta, interesting things are afoot. So Danielle Smith is going to hold a referendum. And there's going to be 9 questions on the referendum. This is going to be in October of this year. She says, I trust the judgment of Albertans. Smith to hold referendum on immigration, amending Canada's constitution. Well, let's take a look. So what are these questions going to be? Do you support the government of Alberta taking increased control over immigration for the purposes of decreasing immigration to more sustainable levels, prioritizing economic migration and giving Albertans first priority on new employment opportunities? And the first 5 questions are basically just all immigration stuff, all the stuff related to immigration, all of the social ills related to mass immigration. And Alberta has seen an enormous amount. I think it's 600,000 people over the last 4 years. It's just not sustainable. And then there are 4 questions about just negotiate, basically Albertan sovereignty within Canada. So about Canada being more like Quebec in the way in its relationship with the federal government. Like, do you support the government of Alberta opening negotiations with the federal government and other provinces to amend the Canadian Constitution to give provinces the power to appoint Superior Court judges? Do you support the government of Alberta opening negotiations with the federal government and other provinces to amend the Canadian Constitution to abolish the Senate? Do you support the government of Alberta proactively working with other willing provinces to amend the Canadian Constitution in ways that strengthen provincial sovereignty within a united Canada? So these are the kinds of questions, and I don't think they've been finalized, the questions, but they'll be like that. It's going to be talking about provincial sovereignty. Again, looking at Quebec and saying, why can't we be more like that? Why can't we have that kind of relationship? And immigration is a big question. I mean, it is affecting everything in Canada. As much as the mainstream media in Canada is just curiously incurious about why we have all of these like 20-hour waits in emergency rooms, right? And why healthcare is falling apart, and why property prices are so high and rents keep rising. Just curiously incurious about it. I mean, just inflation across the board, especially on food. Just totally incurious about Canada just breaking apart at the seams, just being crushed under the weight of this massive, massive Liberal Party immigration that's just stretching everything to the breaking point. Let's hear Danielle Smith here.
Whether it's the independence petition or the Cole petition, if they get the requisite number of signatures, our intention would be to put those on the ballot at the same time.
Okay, so same ballot, same day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
So there she's saying that the independence referendum will be on the same ballot. That question will be with the other questions in October when they have the referendum. So they're going to do it all at once. Let's see. What do we have here?
My approach from the beginning has always been, and it was my very first bill when I got elected, was a sovereign Alberta within a united Canada. I've seen for many, many years that there's an imbalance in the way Ottawa treats the provinces, and Alberta in particular. I think Quebec has managed to get a different relationship with Ottawa, and I think we should be moving towards that same kind of model as a more decentralized government, which is, I think, what our Constitution envisioned. Unfortunately, over 10 years, we saw a federal government that not only intervened in virtually everywhere provincial jurisdiction, but then also attacked our core industry, and it created a lot of frustration. And so I'm demonstrating that there is a better way. We can fix the relationship with Canada. And I think these are some of the issues that I heard when we did our Alberta Next discussion across the province. So I want to give Albertans hope again. And I'm hoping that if we can get some mandate to move forward on these things, this will address some of the thorny issues that we've seen in the past. My approach.
Well, some of the thorny issues are, and let's get to it. Where is it? Oh, what's this one here? All right. So here is Danielle Smith talking about immigration, which is it is the biggest issue in Canada, right? This is this is bigger than, I mean, there's a bunch of left-wing liberal Canadians who have been distracted by the Orange Man story and the elbows up, but this really is the story. Immigration, mass immigration is the story. It affects literally everything in Canada, right? It affects healthcare, inflation, rent, everything.
Adding 600,000 people in 5 years is like adding half the city of Calgary or Edmonton in 5 years. Although sustainable immigration has always been an important part of our provincial growth model, throwing the doors wide open to anyone and everyone across the globe has flooded our classrooms, emergency rooms, and social support systems with far too many people, far too quickly. As just one example, our student population has skyrocketed by more than 80,000 students in just the last 4 years, and more than 140,000 students now having English as their additional language. Is it any wonder that our teachers and students are struggling so much with classroom complexity and crowding? Adding 600,000 people in 5 years.
So, yeah, there was no thought put into the mass migration by the Trudeau government or right now by the Carney government. There's no, I guarantee there's, people dealing with logistics within the government. Their job is to say, well, how many hospital beds per 1,000? How many nurses per 1,000? How many teachers? how many seats in classrooms, this sort of thing. How many police officers by 1,000? Obviously none of this was done, or if it was done, it was ignored because the goal was just jam as many people into the country as possible. For, Trudeau, and don't forget, Mark Carney was advising Trudeau since at least 2020, but 2020 openly, it was celebrated in the media when that was announced. So it's certainly not for the well-being of Canadians, but for them, for their own goals, Trudeau and Carney's own goals. So I kind of wonder if having these questions on the referendum all together, these questions all kind of do lead towards kind of an independence narrative, don't they? Really? I mean, I suppose you could take the side that, well, if they can be, more sovereign like Quebec is within Canada, then that could be an argument against it. But you can also look at it the other way. It's like, well, all these questions on sovereignty in terms of, within Canada, not as a separate country, but more increased sovereignty for Alberta. The immigration question kind of leads you towards thinking, well, maybe we should just be independent. Maybe that would just make more sense. So there's two different ways to look at it. I'm not sure which one is correct. Let's see. Student population over 140,000 English language learners. English language learners. That is a major, major drain on the education system. What this translates into is that in a classroom of 30 children, at least 5 of them can't speak English. 800,000 students in K through 12 in the province of Alberta. 140,000 aren't fluent in English. This is why we're now paying an additional $143 million for extra support staff. This stuff is not sustainable. I mean, come on. Let's see. Okay. What do we have here? All right, we did that. All right, let's get rid of this one and this one. Let's go back to the chat for a minute, shall we? Let's do it. All right, what are you crazy people talking about? Let's see. Cardi is full of crap. Ottawa James says 100% true. Let's see. Ottawa James says, I wish Danielle was my premier. I think she's excellent. I think she'd make an excellent prime minister one day. All right. All right. Let us move on. What craziness we're going to deal with next. So I get this stream. A lot of it is really just a Don't Be Canada stream, just documenting the fall of this country, the deterioration of this country, the descent of this country into poverty and totalitarianism. And well, here's a perfectly insane example of that. Okay. Hold on a second. So in Canada, we have these things called human rights tribunals. And these are far left kangaroo courts without any kind of proper evidentiary law. Or let me just show you, actually. Canadian human rights tribunals generally do not use strict court-style rules of evidence or operate on a civil, not criminal standard of proof. Canadian human rights tribunals generally do not use strict court-style rules of evidence and operate on a civil, not criminal standard of proof, meaning they do not apply the criminal, quote, presumption of innocence. These hearings are informal, allowing hearsay and broad evidence relevant to the complaint. So hearsay, so that's something somebody said out of court, and they're not in court to be questioned on it. So that's why hearsay generally isn't allowed, because the person can't be, interrogated by the judge or the lawyers. It's just hearsay. Oh, somebody said this. No strict rules of evidence. I mean, let's see. The focus is on fairness rather than the technical legal rules of evidence. Well, when you're about to be financially ruined by this kangaroo court, I'm sure that is very comforting to you. No presumption of innocence. Balance of proof, balance of probabilities. The standard of proof is the balance of probabilities, which means it is more likely than not that the discrimination or harassment occurred. Just rigged. These are far left kangaroo courts. Their purpose is ideological enforcement. Okay, this is just straight up 1984. Free Speech Union of Canada. Yesterday, the BC Human Rights Tribunal once again ruled that ordinary laws protecting Canadians against discrimination and hate speech outweigh the constitutional law protecting Canadians' freedom of expression. Mr. Neufeld, a school board trustee, was ordered to pay the Chilliwack Teachers Association a sum of $750,000. Let me repeat that. $750,000. He has 6 months to pay. His crime, according to the BC Human Rights Tribunal, was denying the existence of trans people, mostly on his time and not specifically in his role as a trustee. So it was simply refusing to pretend to believe things that he knows aren't true. The BC Human Rights Tribunal ruled that if you say that gender identity is a belief system and not objectively verifiable, you are essentially denying the existence of trans people, and this is discriminatory erasure. So, if you say that gender identity is a belief system and not objectively verifiable, so if a 6'2" man with a beard wearing a sundress, tells you that they're a woman, okay, and you say, I don't think you're actually a woman, I think you believe that you are, but you're not really, that can get you apparently fined $750,000. So that is hate, okay? You're denying their existence, apparently, according to this kangaroo court. This is an untenable precedent and creates a legally enforceable hierarchy of beliefs. Your deeply and sincerely held belief can be discriminatory, which in turn makes it unlawful and extremely expensive. And obviously, it doesn't matter whether or not what you're saying is true or not. That doesn't matter. We've walked into a new Canada. Your constitutional right to free speech means very little. Free Speech Union of Canada posted this. One of the most alarming portions of this judgment. Let's see. Gender ideology may be summarized as the belief system that everybody has a gender identity, that this gender identity is not determined by the biological sex of a person, that this gender identity therefore may be one of any number of gender identities, such as masculine, feminine, queer, non-binary, or even more than one gender identity at a time, that anyone may assume any gender identity simply by self-identifying. So if you decide you're tree gender, because it could just be anything, right? Gender has been redefined into an infinite series of abstractions. And apparently this is just law in Canada now. All right. All right, let's hold on. Hold on. All right. Amy Eileen Ham posted this. Welcome to Tranada. This is an article from the National Post. Amy Ham, misgendering case, an absurd waste of time and reason. Oh, wait a second. This is actually a different one. Hold on. We're going to go through some of their greatest hits, by the way. All right. Hold on. I've got a bunch of stuff in here. Okay. So below is from Nick Osmond Jones. Below is a passage from the decision. Here is the quote. Throughout this process, Mr. Neufeld and his counsel were incredulous at the suggestion that by attacking gender ideology, he was denying the existence of trans people. This is reflected in his closing submissions. Hold on. That's actually not the quote that I want. There's something shorter. We don't want to go through this whole thing. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Miss Turfy Teacher. Teachers in BC are not even allowed to not believe in gender identities. Quote, if a person elects not to believe that gender identity is separate from sex assigned at birth, then they do not believe in trans people. This is a form of existential denial. It is not, as Mr. Neufeld argues, akin to religious beliefs. A person does not need to believe in Christianity to accept that another person is Christian. However, to accept that a person is transgender, one must accept that their gender identity is different than their sex assigned at birth. Therefore, you must believe something you know is false. All right? I've been saying for a long time, they want dominion over your very conscience, your own conscience. That's what this is. This is a truly dystopian level of totalitarianism that has taken root in Canada in these kangaroo courts, these so-called human rights tribunals, right? Well, what's the most important human right of all? The ability to just tell the truth, to say 2 + 2 = 4. Denied, the judge says. $750,000 fine. It's unbelievably shocking. These human rights tribunals need to be abolished. The sooner, the better. All right, hold on. So here, Nick Osmond Jones. Things are moving quickly with the Neufeld decision. Here is the BC Human Rights Tribunal putting our democratically elected leaders on notice. The criticism of gender ideology and its associated laws and policies will be punished. If you ever wondered what you would do if totalitarians tried to take over our country, you can stop wondering. You're doing it right now. So this is from the BC Office of the Human Rights Commission. Let's see. Kasari Govender, BC Human Rights Commissioner. Publishing statements that deny trans identities and rely on stereotypes create significant harm. So accurately describing reality creates significant harm. When I talk about how they're not interested in fitting their ideology into the world, right? They want to fit the world into their ideology, and they don't care if everybody gets broken, and they don't care if they break the world and everybody in it in the process. They could not care less. They don't care about outcomes. They care about the ideology, the idea. That's it. When a political opinion comes from a person in power, such as an elected official, it may be perceived by the public as having greater weight than the views of the average person. Well, what if it's true? What if it's true? Then it has no greater weight, right? I mean, the truth is just the truth. The decision is significant for ensuring that human rights laws apply to political and public statements from our elected officials, and affirming that trans people are entitled to have their identities recognized and rights respected. That means that everybody has to pretend to believe something, whether they believe it or not, right? They are literally stealing your right to your own conscience, the right to be true to your own conscience. This is beyond dystopian. Like, do people understand how sick this is? Right? What this ideology can compel people to do. It's actually not a mystery, actually. We have the whole 20th century. We have North Korea right now. We know the kinds of horrors this can unleash. BC Human Rights Commissioner welcomes the Human Rights Tribunal's decision in British Columbia's Teachers Federation on behalf of Chilliwack Teachers Association versus Neufeld, which affirms that hateful statements or publications are not shielded from the Human Rights Code because they are part of public or political discourse. The commissioner was an intervener in the complaint. So this literally criminalizes truth. I mean, but even deeper than that, though, right? This tells you, okay, you must betray your own conscience. You must speak the lie. You must say there's 5 fingers. You must say that 2 + 2 = 5. You must, or we're going to financially destroy you. And soon it will be prison, by the way. This is lunacy that should terrify everybody. This will be used to commit atrocities. And they're just getting started, people. Don't be Canada. Tristan Hopper wrote a book. Go buy the book. All right. So, Amy Eileen Ham, welcome to Tranada. Let's see. Amy Ham, misgendering case, an absurd waste of time and resources. Physician receptionist summoned before Rights Tribunal for addressing new walk-in patient by the pronoun listed on their medical records. Wow. Let's take a look here. Yeah, right. So here's Amy Ham. She was persecuted by the BC Nurses College for years, for refusing to say that men can become women. There are 2 main problems with this entire circus of a legal case. The first is Canada's institutional obsession with gender identity and the insistence that misgendering is some sort of devastating discrimination rather than a minor, often accidental faux pas. The second is that we would legally persecute a physician in this manner at a time when the country is struggling with a severe doctor shortage. We cannot afford to behave this way. It's insanity. It's insanity. I call it woke dysfunction. Right? So just every institution, every problem just becomes about spreading the mind virus, spreading the idea pathogen. Nothing else matters. And therefore, everything falls into dysfunction. Here, comedian Mike Ward was fined $42,000 for a controversial joke. He just won his appeal. So this is 2021. He spent years fighting this. Human Rights Tribunal fined him for a joke. He had to take it all the way to the Supreme Court, and he won it just by 1 vote, 5-4. So, and he won that case in the Supreme Court by 1 vote, 1 judge. 1 judge made the difference. That's so terrifying. For telling a joke. So this has been coming on for years now. Let's see. Wanjiru Nayoya, I don't know how you say that, Canadian landlady fined $10,000 by the Human Rights Tribunal for making transphobic comments to her tenant. She told her tenant, quote, "You're fine as a lesbian and you don't need to mutilate your body." Saying that cost her $10,000. That's from March 2025. Canadian Tribunal fines Mayor $5,000 for refusing to fly pride flag. Orders staff to undergo human rights training. Yeah. Fine the mayor of a small Canadian town $5,000 after he refused to proclaim June as Pride Month and fly the pride flag. Human Rights Tribunal. This is all just totalitarianism, right? Let's see. What's this from Melissa Lantzman? This is from 2024. Another day brings another disqualifying revelation about the appointee Justin Trudeau, his justice minister, and MP Anthony Housefather are protecting as the new boss at the Canadian Human Rights Commission. So another day brings another disqualifying revelation about the new boss at the Canadian Human Rights Commission. Let's see, and this is from the Globe and Mail, this article. New human rights chief made academic argument that terror is a rational strategy with high success rates. There you go. I'm guessing he was one of those guys with the Palestinian flags running around. Chanel Fall, the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal, says it is important to note in the tribunal's jurisprudence that an allegation of racial discrimination or discrimination on the grounds of color is not one that can be or has been successfully claimed by persons who are white or non-racialized. So that's from the Human Rights Tribunal. It's okay to be racist and discriminate against white people from the Human Rights Tribunal. It's perfectly legal in Canada, by the way. Ontario town without a flagpole fined for not flying pride flag. Official sentenced to re-education course. Let's see. Canadian from Jim McMurtry, Canadian Human Rights Tribunal that just gave $23 billion to Indigenous communities to waste on trucks, trips, and TVs is also the body that allows anti-white discrimination. Yes, as we just saw. Dallas Brody says, absolutely disgusting ruling. The BC Human Rights Tribunal should be abolished. They are issuing a massive $750,000 fine against former school board trustee Barry Neufeld for simply not believing in insane gender theory. So, oh, here we go. Wesley Yang, people are laughing at the Quebec Human Rights Commission awarding a $500 judgment to a bald, non-binary identified man who claimed that he was oppressed because a hair salon only offered men's and women's haircuts. But another Canadian Human Rights Tribunal in British Columbia has fined the man for refusing to parrot the false dogmas of the... Okay, yes, so the $750,000. So, yes, so there you have a bald, non-binary person getting $500 because just a hair salon didn't have a non-binary option. This is the state of Canada, people. This is the state of Canada. All right. So there you have it. That was long, but it's important so you can see the history of just a few of the cases. A few of the cases, the total and utter lunacy that is happening in Canada and has been happening for years. Oh, let's not forget. Earls drops albino rhino after a human rights fight. Earl's Restaurant is dropping the albino rhino brand from its menus after a Vancouver woman with albinism filed a human rights complaint against them last year. It doesn't say how much money she got. Obviously, she got money, but she's an albino. There was a beer called Albino Rhino. Of course, she couldn't live with that. It was just too painful. And Canada, being insane, accommodated her on it. So, yeah. This is Don't Be Canada. Don't be Canada. We spent a lot of time on that, but it's important. I mean, to actually document how insane this country is. And if you're watching from outside of Canada in a country that's not as insane as this yet, do everything you can to prevent your country from turning into this. Canada is unrecognizable now. Unrecognizable, especially since Trudeau took over in 2015. Total and utter lunacy. All right, let's go back to the chat. I think this is why not as many people are watching my streams anymore, because they don't believe it. They think, oh, he's making that up. He's just making that up. Let's see. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says it's unfair to the native English-speaking students who now have a lesser education experience. Well, yeah, talking about like the 160,000 students in Alberta now who don't speak English. Yeah. It's just, I mean, this is really, it comes down to like a lot of just logistics and responsible people looking at like, okay, how many teachers, how many students? And now there's the added dimension of, do the students even speak English? And what are you going to do about that? Of course, leftists just say, just spend more money. Just whatever it is, throw money at it. Where does it come from? Who knows? Who cares? If we run out, just tax rich people. Let's see. Let's see. Nevada says, we get to the top of this hour. I'm probably going to listen while laying down. Hard day today, and I got to work tomorrow. Well, that's fair enough, JJ. And it's been a tough slog, this one. It's been a tough slog. Let's see. Danny, how you doing? Let's see. Ottawa James says, Richie is like ghost to ghost. Damn straight. Good radio announcer. Damn straight. All right. Nevada says, we know it's real, Richie. I know you guys know. I know it. But maybe we'll reach some people that don't know about it yet, and they'll wake up and they'll go, what the hell? This is getting scary. Trudeau Survivor says the reason for the drop in viewership was because you tried to pass off a carrot dipped in Nutella as chocolate. Well, I didn't. It was a person that did that. I was showing the person who did that and just showing how evil people can be. That's what happened. Spambot says, I was away, missed the last 3 streams. I listened to them after the fact. We missed you, Spambot. We missed you. We did. We're glad to have you back. Ottawa James says, a lot of us are boomers, Richie. There's a lot of great boomers in Canada. And again, I know that some of them watch this show. The problem is not the sane boomers. The problem is the smug, narcissistic, liberal boomers in Canada who are the demo that kept Trudeau in power and got Carney in power. That's the demo. And unfortunately, I think sadly, like boomers in general get smeared because of them. They get blamed. They get, put in together, lumped in together because of them, because people just hear the word boomer, but it's not all boomers. It's not. A lot of awesome ones. All right. Sounds like Rosie's not going to make it to the end either. Uh-oh. I better make the show more exciting immediately. All right. I got to keep you guys on the hook. All right. So the perfect thing to keep everybody on the line, the NDP leadership debates. Let's see. All right. Well, this is funny just because these people are such dingbats. So the NDP in Canada, if you're watching from outside of Canada, is the furthest left, wokest party. I mean, they're a nose ahead of the Liberals, but they take pride in being the craziest party. So they don't have a leader right now, a permanent leader. So they're having a leadership nomination. So they're having a leadership race to pick a new one, right? Are we going to cover this? Maybe we should cover it on Sunday because maybe it's just too boring for everybody. It's an hour and a half in, but they are crazy people. But is it crazy enough to keep everybody on the line? Let's maybe save this for Sunday. Let's save it for Sunday. Let's do that. All right. Oh, God. So Canada is becoming a banana republic. Canada is becoming a banana republic where elections don't even matter anymore. We've had 3 floor crossers from the Conservatives to the Liberals in like the last few months. And each one of them just seems really, really slimy. And one just seems like just a straight up CCP plant. Let's see. The last one was, hold on. So the most recent one was Matt Genero. It's across the floor to the Liberal Party of Canada. This was posted by Jasmine Lane. As announced by Mark Carney on X, Carney offered him a role of, quote, social advisor on economic and security partnerships. So a little bit of extra money for him. Late last year, Genero told Polyev he was stepping down for family reasons. Family reasons. Let's see. Genero says coercion played no role in his decision to leave federal politics. So he first announced that he was going to just retire from Parliament. And then he just kind of kept quiet and apparently just abandoned his riding in Alberta to go to British Columbia, where his family lives. And then all of a sudden he had a change of heart. All of a sudden his family didn't matter that much anymore. And now he's going over to the Liberals because, gee whiz, Mark Carney's so great. That Davos speech was so great. Matt Genero just couldn't believe it. It was like he had an epiphany, don't you know? Now he's super liberal. He says coercion played no role in his decision to leave federal politics back then. Well, I think we know what played a role in him getting back into federal politics. I think it's a bit of do-re-mi, I think. Let's see. One vote. That's how close Canada is to a majority government. It's getting really worrisome. Well, the thing is, it's demoralizing for Canadians. So Matt Genero his writing is a conservative writing, right? It's always been conservative. So all of those people who voted for him voted for a conservative government, and he's just betrayed all of them, and he gets rewarded. So he gets goodies. Not to mention what becomes of Mark Carney's influence around there. Don't forget, Mark Carney is, central banker, very wealthy, Brookfield, a lot of connections around the world. A lot of people can do favors for Mark Carney or favors for people that Mark Carney needs to do favors for. I wonder if, when all is said and done, the three members who abandoned the Conservative Party to go to the Liberals, I wonder if they end up in some sort of cushy, very high-paying job somewhere, thanks to Mark Carney. They have no worry about anything ever happening to them, any kind of corruption charges or anything. Nothing will happen. Liberals, nothing ever happens. They're scot-free. They can do literally anything. They know that. So why not? Why not? It's not normal to have three crossing over like this. Something is being offered to these people. They're not having epiphanies, right? They're not waking up and suddenly realizing they were wrong about everything, their whole lives. No. These people are getting something. They're being bribed. Let's see. Breaking. Matt Genero states that he is the one who reached out to Mark Carney with the hopes of joining the Liberals, not the other way around. Well, if he did reach out, it was, what can you give me?
To be sitting on the sidelines anymore. So I reached out to the Prime Minister's office and will be joining his caucus, and I couldn't be more proud to do this.
Excellent. Fantastic. Alors, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. We got work to do. Here we go.
What a load of bullshit. What a load of bullshit. Well, there was the constituents of Michael Ma who were out protesting after he crossed over. The guy who was so harshly critical of the Liberals, pretty much right up until he decided Mark Carney's the best, and he's a liberal now. Really, he was always a liberal. Let's see. Hold on a second. What do we have here? Hold on. So from Sam Cooper, who is a Canadian journalist who has written extensively on Chinese interference in Canada. Floor Crossing MP Michael Ma was director of group explicitly named as United Front Organization in landmark Jamestown Foundation study. So, United Front Organization is a Chinese Communist Party organization that is essentially a front in foreign countries. So, especially Western countries that spies and tries to influence, spread their influence throughout foreign countries, like Canada, for instance, where they're just allowed to act totally unrestrained because it helps liberals. If it helps the liberals, the media ain't going to take any big interest. Sam Cooper does, thank God, but most Canadians will never know about any of this. I'm going to speculate right now that Michael Ma is a CCP plant. He was a CCP plant in the Conservative Party, and he was given his instructions. We like Mark Carney. Mark Carney is going to sell Canada Mark Carney will sell out Canada to the CCP. We like him. You're changing parties now. That's my speculation. And why wouldn't you think that? Let's see. One of Matt Generou's constituents sent me this video from outside his Edmonton Riverbend office today. This is from Cosmin Zerdza. Cosmin Zerdza. Let's see. So apparently he's not in his office, and he's not going to be there anytime soon or ever again. Obviously, I mean, what he did to those people who voted for him, who voted for a conservative government, is disgraceful and despicable, and he did it for personal gain. Obviously. He didn't just wake up and have this epiphany that actually he loves mass immigration and he loves net zero. No, that didn't happen. No, he was not persuaded by Carney's brilliant Davos speech. No, not believing that for a second. Tristan Hopper says this. One thing I'll say, the floor crossings are getting progressively skeezier with each iteration. At this rate, the next guy will just be, this is funny. At this rate, the next guy will just be holding sacks of money at his I am a liberal now press conference. Why not? They could do it. It doesn't matter. You could see, Mark Carney could just Mark Carney could just hand them bags of money, all right? And the media would be fine with it, and nothing would ever happen. The CBC would say that, oh, no, Carney was just simply handing bags of money that General had dropped just a moment before. General had dropped those on the floor, so Mark Carney was just picking them up and returning them to him. So Jasmine Lane wrote this. So I'm constantly in danger of being blackpilled these days, right? And I've pretty much lost the faith and confidence I had in the Canadian electorate. But I'm not going to say I'm blackpilled. I'm not totally blackpilled at this point quite yet. Right? Here's Jasmine Lane. She says this. I've been thinking about these comments a lot. I've lost hope. My vote doesn't matter. What's the point? And I almost wonder, what if that's exactly the outcome certain people are banking on? It certainly is demoralizing, isn't it? Because here's the pattern I've noticed. Conservative voters are often the first to feel betrayed, the first to feel disillusioned, the first to say, forget it. Not because they don't care, but because they care so deeply and feel betrayed. But here's the uncomfortable truth. Disengagement doesn't punish politicians. It actually protects them. Apathy is easier to manage than opposition. Cynicism is easier to control than participation. If you can convince people the system is broken beyond repair, they'll remove themselves from it voluntarily. Once that happens, the only voices left are the ones who never intended to leave. So, if anything, the moment you feel like your vote doesn't matter is probably the moment it matters most. Well, it is difficult for conservatives because it feels like we're just constantly fighting a losing battle against a machine, against academia, which provides these ludicrous experts, right? NGOs who also provide ludicrous experts to a totally captured media, right? So every institution is against us, right? Just accurately describing reality is called hate, right? Just perfectly normal ideas that even people who voted for the Liberal Party held 20 years ago are now called hate and bigotry and blah, blah, blah. It's just literally everything is against us. The only advantage that we have is social media at this point. That's the only real, if we're talking about messaging, that's it. So, and also maybe just a determination, if we can stick to it, right, and not give up on, we have to vote. You have to vote. Like, if you do not, they will just take everything from you. I mean, maybe that happens. Maybe Canada is so far gone. Maybe it will never hit rock bottom. Maybe there's no bottom to hit for Canada. It will just keep going. It's just this abyss of leftism, of left-wing extremism. Maybe that's the case, but don't give in yet. Don't give in now. I mean, while there's still a chance, we don't know what can happen. We don't know yet. It feels at times hopeless because just everything is against us. But we can maybe still win. I mean, look, take a look at it in the States, right? A couple of years ago, especially three, right after January 6th, nobody was saying that Trump was going to be president again. That seemed completely ridiculous, completely insane. Right? The media, the left, the politicians, the Democrats had gotten everything they needed, it seemed, to keep him out of politics forever. Yet he came back and won. They even shot him in the ear, right? He's president now. So it can happen. It can happen. We just, I for myself, it's a constant battle against doom, essentially, against the black pill. Well, we have to keep going. And the best thing any person can do at this point is just simply, when somebody says something that you disagree with, when somebody says something insane, just say, I'm not sure about that. Because the person who said the person who's totally Trump deranged, or thinks that Trump is responsible for Canada's woes and just somehow has amnesia about the last 10 years, that person won't be convinced. But maybe the next person will. Maybe you're standing in line. I mean, the far left, the liberal faithful love to just start spouting their views in like grocery store lineups and stuff. So maybe a person, two persons down in the lineup just needed to hear somebody say, well, I don't know about that. Just somebody give them permission to start questioning in their own mind. That's the most important thing people could do now, is just when they hear something crazy, just say, I don't agree. Not attack. Just say, yeah, I'm not sure about that, actually. I don't know. Seemed like not that long ago, nobody would have agreed with that. Doesn't it seem extreme? I think there's more power in that than people recognize, which is why the media tries so hard to frighten people out of speaking their mind and just speaking the truth, right? That's why you have these words, hate and bigot and hate speech and blah, 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 and racist. Everything's racist, right? They want you to be afraid of saying perfectly reasonable things, because that can spread. All right. And they don't want to lose control. They're really terrified of losing control. Ryan Garrettson posted this: I think what irks me the most about the floor crossing is watching the smugness and arrogance the Liberals display at these moments. These people feel absolutely above it all. Canada has gone to shit under their watch, and these people still smile and smirk away. It's because they don't care. Because they don't care about human well-being. To her, it's just a game. She's going to be fine for the rest of her life. She'll be just fine.
Pierre Poilievre is accusing the Liberal Party of getting a majority with dirty backroom deals. What is your response to that? Well, he just has to make sure he can keep MPs in his own party. That's all.
He just needs to be able to keep his own MPs in his own party. It's his own problem.
They don't care. These people don't. It's just a game to them. It's just a game. And she'll be fine. She'll be just fine. Her pension will be taken care of. Her nice, huge pension will be taken care of. She's probably, I don't know, she probably has accumulated an enormous amount of personal wealth anyway. Just, I mean, that's speculation there, but it's the Liberals. I mean, it's nobody, the level of corruption within the Liberal Party of the last 10 years has just been unprecedented. We've never seen anything like it. Apparently it doesn't matter, but maybe it should. J.J. McCullough says this: the most powerful job in Canada's political system is the Prime Minister. We elect a Prime Minister by electing members of Parliament. If voters no longer know who they're electing as PM because MPs keep switching parties after elections, then Canadian democracy is breaking down. Yes, this is a problem. It just makes Canada look like a banana republic. All right. Let's see. Oh, what was this? All right. So still on Canada is a warning to the rest of the world. Still on that note. Still on Canada is a cautionary tale that the world should be paying attention to not repeat its mistakes. Jamie Sarkanek posted this: can't even dunk on basket weaving nowadays without the CBC making it into a scandal. Hold on one second. I want to just see if I can find the original statement from, from Doug Ford. Hold on. This shouldn't take too long. Doug Ford, basket weaving. All right. Let's see. Do we have a clip of him saying it? I don't know. Should have looked for this earlier before I started. All right. No. Oh, hold on. All right. Never mind. We're going back here. All right. So, Jamie Sarkanek. Can't even dunk on basket weaving nowadays without CBC making it into a scandal. So, Ford tells students not to pick basket weaving courses in wake of OSAP cuts. Not to pick basket weaving courses. That's what Doug Ford says. Now, we always used to talk about like feminist basket weaving or underwater feminist basket weaving courses. Those jokes were around, 30 years ago, actually. Because academia was already ludicrous at that point. But anyway, CBC wasn't going to let that go unchallenged. Indigenous artist slams Ontario Premier's basket weaving comments. Of course, they won't call him far right because he supports Carney, Doug Ford does, because he's not really a conservative. But, they're not letting that pass. No way. Not on the CBC's watch. Indigenous artist slams Ontario Premier's basket weaving comments. An Indigenous basket maker says he makes a good living off the traditional craft. I'm so glad they got this sorted out. I mean, people might have, been unaware of what a lucrative and respected field basket weaving is in Canada. Thank God. All right, a third-generation indigenous basket maker is setting the record straight about his craft. It's a part of his culture. It's valuable, and artists could make a living off of it. Why aren't more people doing this? It's so obvious, right? It's so obvious. Why aren't more people making a living off of basket weaving? On Tuesday, Premier Doug Ford defended his government's changes to the Ontario Student Assistance Program, which lowered the maximum amount of grant money students will be eligible to receive, towards their tuition from 85% to 25%. Good, too many people are getting useless degrees anyway. Ford said students are picking basket weaving courses, and there's not too many baskets being sold out there. Instead, they should be investing into their futures and in-demand jobs. Can you believe this? I mean, can we just call this fascism? Picking basket weaving courses, and there's not too many baskets being sold out there. Well, indigenous basket maker would take issue with that, obviously. He's doing just fine. He doesn't know what he's talking about, said Spencer Lunham Jr. of the Chippewas of Kettle and Stony Point First Nation, northwest of London, who has more than 3 decades of experience in the craft. It's actually disrespectful to the people that live it every day. Hey, look, it's disrespectful to the people that live basket making every day. You just can't make it up. Canada's a Monty Python sketch. I'm sure this guy does fine, I guess, making his baskets. Obviously, this is maybe not the point, the literal point that Doug Ford was making. I think he was talking about just useless degrees. And speaking of useless degrees, let's see. So this is really what he's talking about. Here's from Carleton University, Feminist Institute of Social Transformation. Let's see. Introduction to Feminist Social Transformation. So social transformation. Does that mean getting fat? Let's see. Here's one called Sex for Sale. Let's see. Action Cinema, Gender, and American Society, I guess. Sexuality, Reproductive Justice in Americas. Oh, okay. Racecraft, African Perspectives. That's feminism too. Let's say Introduction to Critical Race Studies, of course. This is really what we're talking about, right? Talking about, underwater feminist basket weaving. Let's say MAD Studies, Critical Disability Studies, Intro to Disability Studies. What does all of this mean? Transnational sexualities. What on earth can that possibly mean? Transnational sexualities? Feminism, activism, social media, and Me Too, queer aesthetic. So this is really what I think Doug Ford is talking about. What do we have here? This is from McGill. Feminism and Social Justice Studies. Let's see. Sexual and Gender Diversity Studies. That's where you learn about the infinite number of abstractions and the gender soul, I guess. Let's see. Post-colonial feminist theories. What is the possible value in any of this? Really, it all just sounds like an enormous waste of money and human potential. All of this, by the way, what this all means is just simply revolution. These are all just revolutionary doctrines. The purpose of all of these is to burn civilization to the ground and build up literally a communist dystopia, to build North Korea where Canada used to be. indigenous feminisms, sex and gender minority cultures. What can any of this really mean? Examination of, what's this? Examination of cultural expression associated with non-normative and minoritarian gender, sex, and sexualities as shaped by local, regional, and global ideologies, economies, and social practices. This is all just gibberish. This is basket weaving. This is taking basket weaving. In fact, it's less valuable because if you take basket weaving, you at least know how to weave a basket and you can use that for something. The language here, right? Like minoritarian. Well, what about just, I guess, minority? You could say that. But you see, they have to cloak it in these ridiculous words to give it this false sense of authority. Non-normative. Okay. Let's see, what else we got? Feminisms, all the feminisms in the law. You wouldn't want to just get feminism. You want all the feminisms. Trans feminisms. Social justice and activism, obviously. That one's just a little too clear. Right? Yeah, we're turning you into a red guard. Sexuality and gender, new directions. How many new more directions do they need? Let's see. All right. So anyway, this is really what he's talking about, right? Which is not pick basket weaving courses. So all of these courses we've seen, all they do is for the lucky few, equip them well to go in and ruin any company they work for in the, HR department. That's it. Just make everybody miserable. Totally nuts. Oh, by the way, let's check this out. Mark Nixon posted this 38-second mark. So Rosemary Barton here was caught on a hot mic saying that everything she said was made up. Well, I don't know exactly what this was, but let's take a look.
Comes to be elected again, but there's also, the reality that some people in Alberta are kind of warming up to the Prime Minister because he has taken markedly different positions on issues that matter to them, whether it be energy development or climate change measures that he's backed off on. So maybe Mr. Genereux feels like his riding is starting to move in that direction as well.
Oh yeah, the riding that's always been conservative. Maybe Rosemary Barton is making stuff up. I don't know. What does she say about it?
Rosie, thank you. The CBC's Chief Political Correspondent Rosemary Barton live in Ottawa. Minister of Industry Melanie Joly is speaking to reporters in Montreal. Let's listen.
Just because it's all made up anyway. Comes to be elected.
So I don't know. One could speculate. One could speculate that she knows that she's lying. One could speculate that. I don't know if that's the truth, but one could speculate that, couldn't they? I'd like the added touch of the kind of witch-like cackle right before. Nice touch, Rosie. Nice touch. Yeah. So what it means exactly, I mean, I can only speculate. That, yeah, she knows she's lying. Everybody knows she's lying, and they think it's funny, and they cackle like witches about it. So, but that is speculation. That is speculation. All right. What are we, 2 hours already? Holy crap. Something wonderful has happened, people. Something absolutely marvelous and magical has happened. Ottawa James has gifted a subscription to Radio Baloney. Looks like to Xerxes. This is this is what we've always been waiting for. Ready? So Ottawa James is clearly the best person ever after donating that membership to Xerxes. And look, I know people have their heroes, the people they admire, Einstein, whatever, I don't know, right? I'm sure they're all super cool. I'm sure Einstein's super great. I'm sure. Absolutely wonderful, right? I'm sure. But guess what? Compared to Ottawa James, human garbage. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. Ottawa James gifted a membership to the channel. So, best person ever? Thank you, Ottawa. It is the best thing that anybody can do for the channel. I do really appreciate it. And Xerxes now feels super good about himself, and I think it might have helped his self-esteem quite a bit. Quite a bit. So I'm not the only one who wins out of this. Let's see. Spambot Fodder says NDP equals needles, drugs, and pedos. And pedos. NDP. I mean, look. Spambot knows what he's talking about here. All right. All right, let's go to the chat here. Let's go back here. Let's see. Let's see. Whoa, there's lots going on here. What are you guys talking about? Ottawa James says, I got a molar implant last week. Well, how much did that cost you? Let's see. A lot of Americans, by the way, for the Americans watching, think that like all the healthcare is free. Get like dental, everything. No, you pay for your dental unless you've got a plan through your work or something. Like you've got to pay for cash, right? So also glasses, anything optical as well. I bet there's a lot of Americans who move up here. They think they're getting away from fascism or something. An expensive. They have no idea that when they go to the dentist, no, they're paying a lot. Oh, James says the NDP leadership was well. Maybe we'll get back to that later in the show if I've still got energy. Let's see, 4,000. Not what James says. Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see. Dentists are expensive in Canada. Trudeau's wife says, yep, they are. Unless you're a refugee and then you get everything, or unless you got to Canada 5 minutes ago, right? Then everything's covered. So no worries for you. But if you're a Canadian, no, very expensive. Let's see. Ottawa James says they were paid off. Richie talking about the floor crossers to the Liberals. Yes, 100%. Obviously. Let's see. What a traitor, Ottawa James says. Yep, he's awful. Just awful. His voters hate him now, Ottawa James says. Talking about Genero? Yeah, all three of them. All three that crossed over. Let's see. Dude doesn't live in Edmonton anymore. Talking about Genero, the floor crosser. Yep. Apparently it just hasn't even been there, right? Just awful. Just awful. Still collecting his salary, apparently. Let's see. Let's see. Candle Monkey, how you doing? Practicing different intonations of, I don't know about that. It can come across many different ways. Well, I hope it always comes across in the worst possible way. That's my thing. All right, hold on 1 second, you guys. I got to grab something. Hold on. All right. There we go. So we're 2 hours in. Guys, got any weird stuff you want me to look at? Should we do some audience requests? Some funny, lighter, not new stuff? You guys want to do some Link Monkey stuff? Not heavy stuff. Not Epstein. Like some lighter stuff. Some funny stuff. Some goofy stuff. Right? Some palate cleanser stuff. Because we still got tons of news to do. Tons of ridiculous, don't be Canada. You know, Canada's a cautionary tale for the world stuff. We still got lots of that. We got some U.S. news and we got depressing EU news and UK news as well. Shall we take a little break? Should we look at some stuff? Let's go to some of the stuff you guys actually sent. So let's see if there's something that's not heavy. How about this? Let's take a look at this thing. There's some sort of weird rat thing that flies. Let's take a look. Look at that. Look at that. And it's friendly. Oh, look at that. They probably only live about 8 months, poor things. But what's that? What are they called? Flying rats? Is that what they're called? Sky rats? Are they called sky rats? What are they called? Some sort of flying tree rat, I think. I'm pretty sure it's something like that. Let's see. A sugar glider. Well, that's a nicer name than Sky Rat. Candle Monkey says, Adam Carolla made me laugh this week on how Dems don't want to move to Dem states like California. They want to live in Florida and Texas, yes, and then vote Dem and try and turn it into California. True. Look at that. That's an adorable sky rat. Let's see. What's this thing? Is this another sky rat? Oh, yeah. Here again. Look at that. Look at that. Man, those sky rats are adorable. Just adorable. Again, you think, it'd be nice to have one of those as a pet. But then again, they probably live like 10 months. they probably live about 2 years or something. And then it's a tragedy. That's the thing with pets, pretty much every time it ends in tragedy, right? All right, let's go back. Let's see what else we got. I'll do something a bit lighter. Well, there's another one. Now there's another one of those sky rats. Look at that. He's got a few of them there. Got a few of those sky rats. Huh. All right. Oh, they're probably all dead now because they don't live very long. Probably died immediately after that. Can't do this because it's got music in it. Let's see. Dravis, how you doing, Dravis? Says in Quebec, it's a flying squirrel and they are gray. Huh. So did they call them flying rats there? I don't know. What is this? Holy macaroni. Look at this. They are amongst the luckiest people on the planet. I say go buy a lottery ticket immediately. These are unbelievable. Let's take a look. Some close calls, I guess. Whoa, holy macaroni. We're not playing music. No, we'll just look at it. All right, we don't need that terrible music anyway. Usually the music makes it worse because the music is so terrible. Oh, jeez. That really, any one of these people, if they don't go on and do something good and useful with their lives, I think this is the universe sending you a message like, I expect more of you. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. I think the one with the weight was the worst, actually, because it crushed his head. Oh, no. Oh, man. Holy jeez. Get out of the way. Whoa. Okay, that's a scary one. Oh, jeez. Just nuts. Oh my God. That's a good friend right there. Oh, Jesus. All right. That was nuts. Oh, man. I feel uncomfortable after watching that. That was terrifying. Juno Survivor says, Radio Baloney says, let's do some lighter fun stuff. Seconds later, all those pets are probably dead now. This is what counts for lighter on this channel. Izzy says, oh, by the weight on the head was nasty. I know. That's what really got me, actually. And at least the fan wasn't running. I know. Candle Monkey says, should be an award called the Charlie Chaplin for those people. That's actually a good name for it, actually, because it's like Charlie Chaplin, those stunts he did for the movies, which he actually did himself, like the house, like the whole house falling down, or like the facade of the house falling down top of him. I think that's a good idea. Candle Monkey says, is that how close we were to Harris being president? I think so. All right. Should we get to the horrible news again? Let's see. All right. So we did that. What do we have here? What do we have here? What was this for? Oh, yeah, we did all this stuff, didn't we? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go back here. Don't want to, just in case you missed this, just look at what CBC Kids is pushing out to children of Canada. They have a character named Gary the Unicorn who wears a rainbow hat, teaching already confused children that if you use pronouns, it tells others that you care about them. Just madness. Just lunacy.
Meets Penguin. That's what she's making. And you know what? She is so talented.
Actually, Gary, my pronouns are they and them.
Pronouns? What are those?
Well, pronouns are words that we use when we talk about a person. For example, there's Cotton Ball. She is my friend.
Oh, you know what? She's my friend, too.
Yeah.
I think I get it. But what are my pronouns?
Your pronouns can be whatever makes you feel best, and sometimes they can change too.
For example, I feel best when I use he, him pronouns.
So reality isn't real. This is adults trying to indoctrinate children into, quite frankly, a lunatic ideology. A redefinition of the word gender into an infinite series of abstractions totally unmoored from reality. This is the state of Canada. This people's tax dollars pay for this. All right? Everybody's, including the people who don't agree with any of it, which is still, I think, the majority of Canada. All right. Anyway, total madness, but it's Canada. Don't be Canada. Let's see. Ryan Garrettson spotted in a Whitby High School in Ontario a poster that says white people can't experience racism. Well, this is the perspective of the Human Rights Commission in Canada, of the Human Rights Tribunals, right? So if you're white, you can't take somebody to the Human Rights Tribunals for discrimination on the basis of you being white and them discriminating against you on the basis of you being white. So this is just actually law in Canada, right? There is one group that you're allowed to, in law, discriminate against, perfectly fine in Canada, right? One group. Everybody else is forbidden. There's one group. Our entire education system needs to be dismantled. Well, we need to have a constitutional crisis. That's what we really need to have, right? Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms is not fit for purpose. Right. We have a serious problem in Canada now. It's just the door has just been left wide open for totalitarianism and for craziness, for far left extremist totalitarianism. So it's not just the education system, right? It's really the foundations of the country are being smashed and destroyed. Ontario school poster teaches kids that white people can't experience racism. A shocking poster hung in an Ontario high school's main hallway is teaching students that, quote, racism is not fluid and can only be directed against the marginalized group. Well, what happens when white people are the marginalized group? What happens when white people are the minority? Of course, they still won't consider them to be marginalized at that point, too, because of this force that permeates the universe. Do you know what it's called? It's called whiteness. It's like the dark side of the force in Star Wars, right? This is not leading to a good place, right? This is leading to actually a pretty scary place. Melanie Bennett. Who is it? Where is this from? Is this from Juno News? Hold on. Let's see if we can find this article. Hold on. Let's see if we can find this article. Melanie Bennett. True. It must be. I think it's True North. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Ontario school poster. Okay. Melanie Bennett. Ontario school poster. Okay, here we go. So this is Juno News. Ontario school poster teaches kids that white people can't experience racism. A shocking poster hung in an Ontario high school's main hallway is teaching students that racism is not fluid and can only be directed against the marginalized group. So here's the poster. Racism is not fluid. Racism does not go back and forth, one day benefiting whites and another day benefiting people of color. Racism is always against the marginalized group. These are just assertions, by the way. There's never any evidence for any of this. These are just assertions. They're like mantras, right? These are just articles of faith. There's no need to prove any of it, right? Because morally, it's in the right direction. Because ideologically, it's correct. Doesn't matter. Reality doesn't matter, right? Common sense doesn't matter. Rationality doesn't matter. Reason doesn't matter. All that matters is the ideology, and the ideology says this, so you must believe it, and children must be indoctrinated into this, and it's evil. It's unbelievably evil. A grade 12 student from Henry Street Secondary School in Whitby sent a photo of the poster to his mother, who followed up with the school. The mother and another parent, Jessica Street, met with Vice Principal Russell Davidson to raise concerns. I bet you that didn't go very well. I'll bet you that didn't go very well. They don't care is the thing, right? They don't care. They don't care about truth. They don't care about actual justice. They care about being politically correct. Truly shocking. All right, let's move on. I've got so much insanity for Canada. You know what? We got to do one more. Okay, we got to do one more. All right. So the Free Speech Union of Canada says, welcome to Canada's newest Orwellian rollout, an online tool that allows individuals to securely and confidentially report incidents of hate, even those that do not meet the threshold of criminality. Hate incidents are defined as any act motivated by bias, whatever that is, prejudice, whatever that is, or hate towards an identifiable group, such as race, ancestry, place of origin, color, ethnic origin, citizenship, creed, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, you get it, and it'll all be decided by a far-left extremist, by a far-left ideologue. That's who will define bias. That's who will define all of these words. Lisa Bildy says this is reminiscent of the non-hate crime incidents in the UK. What's she talking about there? Let's see. The UK has been sending police to people's homes now for years to talk to them about things they've posted online that are non-crime hate incidents. In other words, somebody didn't like it, so it became hate. Perfectly legal, but hate. It made somebody anxious or something or sad. Now they're scrapping it. So, Mahmoud to scrap non-crime hate incidents. Home Secretary, hold on. Non-crime, and this is from 25th of January, 2026. Non-crime hate incidents are to be scrapped in their current form because they have distracted police from fighting everyday crime, Shabana Mahmoud has said. Mahmoud, the Home Secretary, told the Telegraph she wanted officers to focus on catching criminals, cutting crime, making sure that people in our neighborhoods feel safe. She said, I don't want them to be policing perfectly legal tweets. I want to make sure they're focused on the day job. I want them to get out of the business of essentially policing social media. That's not where they need to be. So just as we're starting it up in Canada, although this is actually started earlier in Canada, but this newest case of it, the UK is scrapping this now because guess what? People hate it. It seems authoritarian and dystopian for obvious reasons. So let's see. All right. Hold on. Here's the article. Is Durham Region's hate reporting program just a fancy snitch line? Yes. Well, it's a way of enforcing far leftist ideology through intimidation. That's the purpose of it. That was the purpose in the UK, to discourage people from criticizing the government. Program aims to empower individuals to report hate as alternative for those who are unwilling or unable to contact police. Empower individuals so people can just anonymously report you to the police, and then they can hopefully intimidate you into silence. Oh my God. VSDR hate reporting form. Durham Region Victim Hate Reporting Resource. Victim Services of Durham Region is committed to supporting victims of hate activity and discrimination within our community. We recognize the profound impact hate-motivated acts can have on individuals and groups, and we are here to help. This is also Orwellian. Also Orwellian. I mean, this is just a tool to punish people who are not politically correct. That's it. Right? Please select the option below that best serves you so our team can assess your situation for elements of hate and discrimination. No police report is necessary, and you may be eligible for financial assistance, such as counseling coverage, graffiti removal, or home security items. So you get some free stuff. Our online hate reporting tool offers a secure and confidential way for victims to report these incidents to our team. So just like anybody, you're just bored. Somebody did a hate. Now you deal with it. Oh, good Lord. I mean, it just, this will be used, though, just to intimidate people, dissidents, to intimidate people who are not politically correct. That's what this will be used for, obviously, because this will only go one way, right? There's not going to be any hate, there's not going to be any hate complaints against, from right wingers, right? They're not going to be concerned with that. Like, say, a far left extremist, a communist, a revolutionary communist that said something mean about a right winger, or just like a moderate, just a normal person. And we know nothing's going to happen in that case, right? This is a way for people, for any reason, can just make stuff up. It just doesn't matter. In what is believed to be a first for Canada, Durham Region has set up its own hate enforcement unit that is separate from the police department, called the Community-Based Hate Reporting Program. So, if a lefty hates you, they can report you to the hate reporting program. Yeah, this is just to chill speech, to make people afraid to speak their minds. That's the purpose of this. Oh, it always goes this way. What are you lunatics saying? What are you crazy dingbats saying? What are you goofballs saying? Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says CBC couldn't find a native actress without a mustache. Well, who knows what that was? Honestly, let's see. Izzy says the loss of a province or two may wake the whole may wake the woke, but I doubt it. No, we have to hope that we can get to the normal people at this point. The normal people who don't know anything and they're just going along with fashion at this point. Hopefully, we can wake them up. I mean, the real hardcores, the real elbows up hardcores, the NDP lunatics. There's no hope for them. They will live in their delusion forever. But that's not most people, though. Let's see. Rosie says, did I miss best person ever for Ottawa, James? You did. You did. Shameful. Let's see. Izzy says, modern day blasphemy laws. Yeah. Well, that's a good way of putting it. Trudeau Survivor, this is a disturbing story here. I was walking by a beach and a white swan honked at me. Not just one hunk, but honk, honk, which is code for Heil Hitler. I want to report this as a hate incident. No problem. They'll take it very serious, I'm sure. You know what? Did I forget? They were saying honk, honk. Literally, they were saying honk, honk during the Freedom Convoy. Was supposed to be a Heil Hitler. Hold on. Let me bring it up. It's all so absurd. Sometimes you wonder, like, when you're remembering this stuff, was that real? Did they really do that? ABC, honk, honk, code for Hitler. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's your government funding for you. This is your taxpayers at work. Anti-Hate Network Canada. Honk honk was an anti-Semitic meme long before the convoy started using it. I mean, you can't make it up, and who would want to? It's so absurd. Just pure propaganda. Let's see. Hold on. What was this? Here we go. Oh. Oops. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Here we go. It's funny how all the sources for this are all American news for some reason. Canadian MP claims Hong Kong is code for Heil Hitler. February 22nd, 2022. So this is the Freedom Convoy. While the CBC was saying Putin was behind it, and there was shadowy American far-right white supremacists behind. I mean, just the tsunami of propaganda, just gross propaganda. Let's say Canadian Liberal MP Yara Sachs stated Monday that the God damn it, why do they do this to me? Anama 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 Anamatapea, Hong Kong was a coded message meeting. Heil Hitler. Canadian Liberal MP Yara Sek stated Monday that the Anamatapea was a coded message meeting. Heil Hitler. I've never been smart enough to say that word. I've never been smart enough. Never been smart enough, and I'm certainly not any smarter now. She gave her testimony before Parliament on Monday, where she lamented perceived government inaction regarding the truckers. Oh, this Canadian Liberal MP Yara Sachs stating that Hong Kong was a coded message, meaning Heil Hitler. Wow. It's an acronym for Heil Hitler. So, yeah, this is Canada. Don't be Canada, people. I'm warning you. Don't do it. Whatever you do, don't be Canada. All right. How did we get onto that, by the way? Oh, yeah, because it was in the chat. Let's see. All right. Let's go back here for a minute. Let's change this up. I love this one. This is one of my favorites right here. Yes, but anyway, be sure to report that Swan to the hate police. You didn't miss any memes, Rosie. You didn't miss a damn thing. This stream has not been that kind of stream. This has not been one of those fun streams. But I don't know. People love the Rumble Wallet, though. They love the ad. They love it. Oh, what the heck? What is going on? Let's try it again. Let's go. Nope, it's not letting me do the ad. Why is that? Let's try it again. Nope, not letting me do the ad. I don't know what the hell's going on, people. Let's see. Nope. Not letting me go. All right, well, never mind then. I guess we're not doing an ad then. Who cares? I didn't even really want to do an ad anyway, so who cares? Let's see. Let's see. As he says, yeah, I bet you could make a Hong Kong hate crime complaint easy, given we had a politician say it in Parliament. Like, these things are all run by far left ideologues. Like, nothing is too crazy for them. Ottawa James says, yes, a tardo liberal. Ottawa James says, I was all for the Freedom Convoy. So was I. Yeah, Trudeau Survivor. Let's not forget the OK is code for white power. I know. It's so silly. The OK. Yeah. That is still on the, what is it called? ADL website, I think. It's so absurd. The second that Trump did an OK hand sign, all of a sudden, so ridiculous. Onomatopoeia. Okay, you guys, I got it. Onomatopoeia. I'm never saying that word again, by the way. I'm traumatized by that word now. So never again. Onomatopoeia. But I'm never saying it again. So I'm gonna just ignore it in the future. If I ever see it, I'll just ignore it. It doesn't exist to me anymore. Unlike the word epistemically, which I say perfectly every single time. Let's say, I don't know, James says, yeah, Yara sucks. What they doofus. Yes, she is. Radio Streamer asks, how you doing, Radio Streamer? Is it the kind of stream where I can continue to hate commies? Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. Hold on.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
You can say that. No problem. Rosie says it would be more fun if you did not put us to sleep. Shut up. Shut your face. Shut up. Why be mean? Why be mean to me? I don't understand it. I try so hard. Trudeau Survivor says, Rumble heard you try to pronounce onomatopoeia and pulled your ad reads. Maybe that's what happened, even though I say it perfectly every time. All right. All right. Let us move on. Let's just move on. Oh, nuts. Yeah. Montreal salon must pay $500 to non-binary customer who said booking system was discriminatory. Bald, by the way. Bald. Bald. The person's bald. Paul Chato said, Canada is already an inhospitable place to start a business and then pile this shit on top of the person trying to run a business. I know. It's just Canada has been redesigned to cater to the most emotionally and ideologically incontinent people in the country. And that's always what happens when you let the left-wing lunatics run the asylum. Every single time. So it's not looking much better in the EU, you guys. It's not looking much better in Europe. Here's German Chancellor Merz. So he does not like free speech. Weirdly, a German leader does not like free speech and wants to punish Germans, the German people. Weird. You've got a German leader who hates free speech and wants to punish Germans who dissent. It's crazy. Who ever heard of such a thing?
Im Übrigen, ich möchte, da bin ich vielleicht, ich will nicht sagen allein, aber vielleicht in einer Minderheit. Aber ich möchte Klarnamen im Internet sehen.
Well, he's saying they need to protect themselves, and he'd like to see real names on the internet.
Ich möchte wissen, wer da sich zu Wort meldet.
He wants to know who's criticizing him so he can sue him, of course. So he can sue him. By the way, hold on. Actually, sorry, not so he can sue him, so he can prosecute them. Hold on. I should have done this earlier, but I only get so many hours of the day. Germany, hold on. All right, let's see. Hold on. What is this? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, German politicians passed a law so that they could prosecute people who criticize them. German censorship highlights Europe's eroding free speech protections from 2025. Hold on. Where is that law? Hold on. Police raids for insulting politicians. In an effort, it says to protect discourse. In an effort, it says to protect discourse, German authorities have started prosecuting online trolls. And as we saw, it often begins with a pre-dawn wake-up call from the police. CBS News' 60 Minutes reported in a February segment about German speech policing. Cameras followed cops pounding on an apartment door in one of more than 50 similar raids, a coordinated effort to curb online hate speech. What is hate speech? As 60 Minutes noted, German law prohibits any speech that could incite hatred or is deemed insulting, which could just mean anything. Last November, a Bavarian man was investigated for referring online to then Deputy Chancellor Robert Habeck with a pun that roughly translates as idiot. Police raided the home of a Hamburg man for calling a local politician a pimmel or a dick. Berlin banned the pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel slogan from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and Irish protesters in Germany were forbidden to speak in Gaelic because police wouldn't be able to tell if they were saying verboten things. Wow. Hold on one second. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. It seems that I can't find the old articles I used to use because I've made videos on this before, but it seems to have been scrubbed. The articles about the law they passed to punish people from criticizing, like politicians, German politicians, which is just unbelievable. Maybe if I clip this, I could find the clip later, but it might take a while. Let's see. Yeah, I want to see names on the internet. I want to know who is speaking. Those who hide behind anonymity demand the greatest transparency from others. Brace yourself, censorship in action. Yes, he wants to know who you are so he can prosecute you and put you in prison or give you some massive fine. Let's see. Here's Macron in France. He thinks that free speech is complete bullshit. Really? Well, let's take a look.
Because, I mean, free speech is a pure bullshit if nobody knows how you are guided through this so-called free speech, especially when it's to be guided from one hated speech to another hated speech.
Well, the whole point of free speech is it's not guided. It's just free. You're just allowed to express yourself, right? That's the whole point of it. So the bullshit is that when it's free speech, but you can't say this, but you can't say that.
I just want to have a transparent road through these different speeches, and I want, by the way, to have a sort of public order. I want to avoid racist speech, hated speech, and so on. This might. And
well, then it's not free speech, by the way. And you're not going to ban hate speech. Okay, you're going to hate. You're going to ban speech you hate, right?
Good one.
So it's not looking good in Europe. Anybody who thinks aligning themselves with this crumbling edifice, this slow motion train wreck, this continent that has decided to deindustrialize itself for no good reason, for Mark Carney net zero reasons, anybody who'd wish to align themselves or get closer to this is insane. Anybody who wants to tie their fate to these people like this, is insane. It's the EU is just a disaster in progress, right? It's a slow motion train wreck. Okay, they are destroying themselves, and instead of correcting themselves, they're deciding to just punish their own people for describing the problems that they have caused. Unbelievable. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Yeah, total madness. Total madness. Do we have anything else for the EU here? What are we, 2 hours and 42 minutes? It's going to be a long one maybe tonight. I don't know. Meanwhile, in France, Antifa, the far left extremist, just killed a man, killed a right-wing man in public, beat him to death. Dr. Philip Kizelli beaten to death by a baying mob, punched and kicked until his body and head were smashed in by a large group of far-left psychopaths with the smell of blood in their nostrils, murdered for standing up to misogynistic lunatics. Well, he's responding to this headline from the BBC, from BBC News, from BBC World News. 9 arrested in France over death of far-right student. Far-right student. No mention of far-left extremists who just murdered him over death. How about murder? How about murder of murder of normal student? Because murdered for standing up to misogynistic lunatics. So he was opposed to the lunacy of gender theory, of the redefinition of the word gender into an infinite series of abstractions. Far right, you utter disgrace of a captured corporation. Unbelievable. It really is shocking, actually. I mean, how many times can you say it? Let's pull up this article. Those detained include a parliamentary assistant for a deputy from the radical left France-bound party. Well, at least they said radical left. Quentin Durank, a 23-year-old math student, died in hospital on Saturday, 2 days after being beaten and kicked about the head by a gang of masked young men in Lyon. It happened after a small demonstration by far-right feminists. So this is what it's come to now, by the way. Far-right feminists. Who he was supposed to be helping to protect at the city's Institute of Political Studies, commonly known as Sciences Po. This is the world we're living in. This is the Orwellian world we're living in now. The far-right feminists. Well, here we go. Far-left militants. The arrest confirmed what is being widely reported, that those suspected of the murder are far-left militants linked to a band called Le Jeune Garde, the Young Guard. Like almost like the Red Guard, huh? Let's see. Let's hear some more about these far-right feminists that he was protecting. Let's see. Well, who are these far-right feminists? Maybe we should go down the rabbit hole here. Do they name it? You know what? They don't even name the group of far-right feminists. Let's see. They must not want us to know. Now I want to know. Now I want to know. Okay, let's find out. Let's, what was the name? It was Quentin. Let's copy that. Copy. Let's see if we can find something else on this. A bit more. Because I want to know who these far-right feminists were. What kind of far-right Nazi feminism they're up to. Let's see. Oh God. Maybe they mentioned it in here. Again, he's a far-right activist. Let's see. It became France's Charlie Kirk moment, apparently, huh? Well, let's see. So in this one, in France 24, it was a brawl between ultra-nationalists. So 9 people beating a man to death, a single man to death is a brawl, apparently. And let's see. And they were anti-fascists. So, I guess nothing to see here there. I guess there's nothing to see here then. Let's see. Will they mention the group of these? What this group of far-right feminists were doing? Let's see. Far-right identitarian group. Audace Leon, and a member of the neo-fascist Allo Broges Borgen. I mean, I just assume it's not true. None of it's true. Is there such a banner? Oh, Nemesis activist. Nemesis. Okay. Nemesis. Okay. So let's find out who they are. Nemesis France. Okay. Collective Nemesis. Except, okay. So from Le Monde, Nemesis, the identitarian activist behind. Oh, sorry. Nemesis. So this is the group of far-right feminists. Far-right feminists. Let's take a look. Don't they look terrifying? Look at how far-right they are. She's wearing like a far-right miniskirt there. Let's see. The identitarian activist behind feminist masks. Let's see. Named for the Greek goddess of retribution, the French group specializes in provocative protests and perpetually blames immigrants and Muslims for sexual violence. Is that because they are responsible for it? Is that because per capita they create? Is that because they're responsible for a great deal of it, for most of it, in fact, in France? Since its creation in 2019, members have regularly infiltrated left-wing protests to shout their own slogans. Well, why would they say that? Hold on. Why would they make these claims about the immigrants, about those noble immigrants? Let's see. Hold on. Let's ask Grok about it. All right. Grok. Oh, hold on. Okay. Let's give it a second to think here. Because I want to know the answer here. I want to know if these far-right feminists are maybe onto something. Let's see. I mean, we know that they're onto something, but I just want to pull up the stats right now in real time. Okay, we got to let Grok cook here. Okay. Let's see. All right. Hold on. Anyway, I want to just take another look at, my God, they're terrifying. Look at those fascists. Look at them. Look at them fascisting in the street like that. Good Lord. Still nothing there. Let's see. Again, that's definitely a fascist miniskirt there, for sure. They're all trads as well, by the way. Clearly. Let's see. What else are they saying in here? All right. They want to make this behind a paywall, and I don't want to pay. So let's hold on. Oh, for God's sakes. Let's do the quick answer. All right. There we go. Let's see. Foreign nationals are overrepresented relative to their population share in these statistics, roughly 1.6 to 2 times higher than expected if rates match the general population. 87% implicated in sexual violence remain French nationals. That is not reflecting any numbers that I've seen. Let's see. In Paris specifically, 2023 data from police headquarters reported in media foreign nationals were implicated in 77% of solved street rapes. So maybe that's what they're talking about. Maybe that's what they're talking about. Where they say they specialize in provocative protests and perpetually blames immigrants and Muslims for sexual violence. I wonder if that's what they're talking about. Interesting. So, anyway, we've established they're far right and evil. All right. Where were we? Okay, we're here. The far right feminists. I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. So I think the kind of thing that Macron doesn't want people talking about is this. I think the reason that Macron doesn't like free speech is because he doesn't like people talking about stuff like that, right? Beaten to death by a baying mob of extreme leftists, far leftists. So I think that's where Macron's coming from here. It's so hard to navigate, to know what's safe, right? You might run into a story about just about somebody protecting feminists at a feminist rally being beaten to death by far-left revolutionary communists, right? That's what makes it so hard here for Macron, right? He doesn't want you knowing about that. EU is in big trouble. Can it even be saved at this point? I'm not sure. I am not sure. All right. And they also want to start World War III in Ukraine as well. So there's that. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? Let's go back to the chat. We're 3 hours in. What a nightmare this has been. Why is it going on so long? Let's see. You guys are probably being mean to me in the chat again, I bet, because you guys are like that. No mercy. Let's see. Let's see. All right, what are you guys talking about? Rosie says, Richie, it started with this. There is a shorter quote, but it will take me 7 times as long to find it, which is better than dead air. Exercising my free speech here. Damn it, Rosie. All right. All right. Izzy says, leave it to commies to want to control. Well, they have to, right? Because the consequences of the policies, of the ideologies are so bad, you can't have people talking about it. It has to be a dictatorship. It has to be totalitarian. Because once people taste it, they don't want it. Let's see. Rosie says, Richie, 2 thoughts. I wish you did not have to play your own laugh tracks and could hear us when we laugh. I think it'd be pretty weird and disturbing. So I'm glad I don't have to hear your guys' laughs. Let's see. How do you like that? I can be mean too. Let's see. Oh, shut up. Shut it. Shut up. Rosie says, the French story is so sad. Have you seen, I mean, I've shown you clips of Paris, right? It's genuinely tragic. They're determined to lose their civilization, their rights, everything. Their prosperity, everything. Izzy says, feminists aren't right-wing. They are now. Like if they're one step, in fact, if they not even taking one step back from the headlong charge off the woke cliff, off the far left extremist cliff, just not continuing to keep going far left makes you far right now, right? Sounds like a bunch of commies to me, as he says. You bet. Izzy says, Charlie Kirk wasn't far right either. No, he wasn't. He was absolutely not. He was absolutely a moderate. You can tell, you can show clips, you can show stuff to leftists. They refuse to believe it. Evidence doesn't matter to them. Let's see. What James says, I picture Richie as a hippie libertarian. Maybe I am. Maybe I am that. Let's see. Talking about Linux now. God damn it. I don't want to hear about that. No, stop talking about the thing. Let's see. And okay, I got to skip down to the end of the chat here. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? Play Littlest Hobo, brah. Shut up. I will. I'll play it on the premium stream. All right. What are you guys talking about? Linux? Now you're talking about Linux? Why aren't you even paying attention to the show? I was with you people. All right. Let's just move on. Let's just move on from this point. All right. What kind of other crazy gibberish do we got going on? What's this? Let's watch Rupert Lowe, the leader of the Restore Party in the UK, the man who would like to restore the UK to its greatness. Rupert Lowe is a message for young white men who feel ignored and insulted. Yeah, this is going to get traction because guess what? I think they might be sick of being insulted and blamed for all of the world's crime, being told that they're somehow uniquely evil in world history, which is insane.
To the young white men who feel ignored and insulted, I want to speak directly to you. For too long, young white men in this country have been treated as if your concerns don't matter, your struggles don't count, and your identity is something to apologize for. That your love of your country is somehow racist and wrong. You've been told to stay quiet, to step aside, to accept being blamed for things you never did and problems that you didn't create. Let me be clear. There is nothing wrong with being white. There is nothing wrong with being man. There is nothing wrong with being straight. You are not the problem. The system is the problem. The cancer of DEI, along with the Blairite legacy, must be eradicated and erased from our society. Britain needs strong, grounded, responsible men. Men and women who work hard, protect their communities, build their families, and stand firm in their values. And despite what some might tell you, there's nothing shameful about wanting to be that person. We should be unapologetic in our promotion of those ideals. I say to you today, keep going. It will get better.
The absurdity of it all is that white men have been the most tolerant men in world history, right? They've been the most tolerant, the most patient. And what have they gotten for it? Vilification. They've been deracinated and defenestrated and all of the Douglas Murray words. And they're starting to wonder now, well, why did I ever bother in the first place? Right? It just seems to be used as a cudgel against me. My generosity and tolerance has been used as a weapon against me. So maybe it's time that I actually just looked out for my own best interest, right? Because again, it is just demonstrably true that white men have been the most tolerant and patient men in world history, right? And modern straight white men have been the most tolerant and patient men ever in all of human history. And maybe it's time to say, well, okay, there's a limit. There's a limit. Maybe I won't extend my tolerance to people who hate me and are intolerant of me and blame me for imaginary crimes and seem to glory in it, genuinely revel in it and enjoy it, right? All at my expense. So I think Rupert Lowe's message here is going to find some traction with people who are just totally disillusioned with liberalism and the consequences of it. Let's see. What was this? Judge Street Journal. This was a harsh blow, but it's not the first time this country has let me down. DaCosta wrote on November 10th, 2016, soon after Donald Trump was elected president, it's important that white people feel defeated. Yeah. This was posted by one of Mom Donnie's staff. This is the objective of the globalists, the guy who's running New York City now. Let's see. Yeah, I think that Restore is taking over from Reform. Reform looked like it was poised to become the next government, just an insurgent party. It turns out Nigel Farage is actually just interested in that managed decline of the Conservative Party and the Labour Party and all of the other parties. So here, we're the government in waiting, Reform UK says. Restore Britain says, sure, Grandma, let's get you to bed. And yeah, I think the young people are not having it. They're like, no, I think it's time to really make a change, actually. Let's see. All right. All right. What do we got here? I don't know if I want to get into that one. Let's see. Well, how about this from Rupert Lowe? Again, I feel like this might gain some traction because I think the British people, the English, I think the British people feel like they've been taken advantage of. So let's take a listen to this.
Tell you something else. Everything that we do should be in English. No translation fees. None of the other nonsense that's going on throughout the public sector and throughout Britain nowadays. If you come here, you speak English. End of story. That doesn't matter. It's the NHS, whatever you come to. You live by our laws. You respect our culture. You integrate and you speak English. Tell you something else. Everything.
Yes. 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 Do that. From Basil the Great posted that. Why not? Why don't they have the right to demand that? Here's that Katie Hopkins. Let's hear what she has to say. We like Katie Hopkins on this channel. She's a firecracker. She's great. Let's take a peek.
Breaking news here in Batshit Bonkers, Britain, where unbelievably, my darlings, Ramadama Ding Dong is back with us. I know that, and comic relief comes round faster each.
Hold on. Let me pull this back, actually, because I want the larger one. Okay, let's take a look. Here we go.
My darlings, Ramadama Ding Dong is back with us. I know that, and comic relief comes round faster each year than my smear test. I swear, the royal family have come out predictably and said, happy Ramadama Ding Dong to everybody. Sadiq Khan has been out around London putting up his Ramadama Ding Dong lights, and a warning. If you live near a Muslim family and they decide to get up at 2:30 in the morning and cook themselves some fried chicken and have a little bit of a Ramadan Ding Dong party, you are not allowed to complain, because that, my darlings, will be Islamophobic. In other news, unemployment at 5%, near record highs, mostly because people don't want to work because it's easier to do bugger all, and also because businesses can't afford to employ anybody because of taxation. Either way, Keir Starmer thought he would distract from the matter by presenting Rachel Reeves, ceramic bobhead hair by Lego, some pancakes in a dispatch box. Yeah, they were American-style pancakes. the dispatch box is supposed to be a secure matter. Whoever that social media manager is that you've got from some festering turd of a university with a lame-ass 2-1 in media studies, fire them immediately. And finally, Keir Starmer does his 15th U-turn and now councils that weren't going to be having elections will be having elections. I rang Keir Starmer's office and asked for an explanation, and they told me it was TSA SWS, that's TSA SWS. And for the uninitiated, that means throw shit and see what sticks. That's it, my darlings. Batshit bonkers Britain, and happy dappy Ramadan and ding dong to all the Muslims out there in the UK. Breaking news.
Yeah, it's not hard to see why every leftist in the UK despises her, and why we quite like her on this channel. From Basil the Great, Rupert Lowe would welcome Jeremy Clarkson into Restore Britain. Common sense, a sense of humor, massive contribution to Britain. I would be delighted if he stood as a candidate. Now, he had the show Top Gear, Jeremy Clarkson. I believe he was canceled from that. Hold on a second. Just wait. This won't take too long, you guys. Jeremy Clarkson canceled. Top Gear. Hold on. Let's see. What is this? Hold on. If I can find something that's really easy and quick. Let's see. All right, never mind. I can't find anything quick. I'm not going to make you guys just sit here like I normally do. I'm getting too tired, but where can I find it? Okay, here we go. So anyway, Jeremy Clarkson, and let's hear Rupert Lowe here.
Doncaster is being cited. What do you know about that?
Well, I never chase people, Kevin, but I can tell you if Jeremy Clarkson decided to darken my doorstep, I would be absolutely delighted. And I think he is exactly the kind of person I would like to see standing for Restore Britain in the next election, who has common sense, a sense of humour, who basically has made a massive contribution to Britain. And I would be delighted if he chose to play a part. And I hope more people like him will come forward, because that's what we need. We need people who have, if you like, a passion, a vision, a proven track record, and who put the British people at the top of the agenda. So if he decides to come forward, I will be absolutely delighted.
Well, we'll follow that one very closely. Let me just...
So Rupert Lowe is a farmer. He's got a farm. And Jeremy Clarkson also has a farm. He's got a show about his farm, doesn't he? And he was involved in protesting against inheritance tax against farmers. Oh, God damn it. I didn't show the interview. Let's play it again. God damn it.
Doncaster is being cited. What do you know about that?
Well, I never chase people, Kevin, but I can tell you if Jeremy Clarkson decided to darken my doorstep, I would be absolutely delighted. And I think he is exactly the kind of person I would like to see standing for Restore Britain in the next election, who has common sense, a sense of humour, who basically has made a massive contribution to Britain. And I would be delighted if he chose to play a part. And I hope more people like him will come forward, because that's what we need. We need people who have, if you like, a passion, a vision, a proven track record, and who put the British people at the top of the agenda. So if he decides to come forward, I will be absolutely delighted.
Well,
now, Jeremy Clarkson has a farm. Rupert Lowe has a farm as well. And I believe Jeremy Clarkson was involved in protesting against an inheritance tax against farmers. So hold on a second. Hold on. Jeremy Clarkson in here. Here we go. Okay. I believe I am right. Okay. Clarkson clashes with BBC over inheritance tax comment. TV presenter and journalist Jeremy Clarkson has had a heated exchange with BBC Newsnight's Victoria Derbyshire about his own remarks that he bought a farm to avoid inheritance tax. Clarkson has fronted to blah, 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 blah. Today he had bought the land. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, from the Times. Oh, God damn it. We can't. You know what? Fuck it. I'm getting too tired. Hold on. Let's just finish this up. I'm getting too tired. I'm doing too much of this now. All right. Never mind. Let's move on. Let's see. Katie Hopkins lays out just how dire things are in the UK. Well, let's hear what she has to say here.
I believe there will come a time not too far from now when the British people, true British people, will have to make very difficult choices. Either they will flee eastwards to Eastern Europe with our much more stronger Christian neighbours, Poland, Hungary, those countries, or they will seek asylum, flee, try to come to America, or they will stand their ground. But certainly the time of the Crusades will need to come again if we are to return.
What do you mean by that?
We are overrun in every way, in every sense. Demographically, all births, Muslim births outnumber births to every and all other religion. This is no commentary on anyone's religion. This is just pure fact. Our mayors who control funding in our capital cities are Muslim. Mosques are not churches. A mosque is being built at the outermost, tippy-most end of Scotland and at the furthermost reaches at the end of the other side of our tiny country. This is about a takeover.
Well, that is what happens. I mean, if they become the majority in the country, it will become a Muslim country by living by Muslim rules, and all of British history will be wiped away. We know, like, what happens, right? It will just become a Muslim country. The non-Muslims will become dhimmis, as they call them, second-class citizens who will have to work for the Muslims. They will become slaves in their own country. That's just what happens. So it's very dire, and they have very difficult decisions to make, and that's just reality. Now, that said, something wonderful has happened in the chat, and I'm sure all of you have noticed it. The astonishing generosity that we're seeing right now. Rosie has just donated a subscription to Radio Baloney. And who got it? Ottawa James got it. Ottawa James, unbelievable. Unbelievable good fortune. Rosie, guess what? I know you got your heroes. I know you know good people. People you'd call a saint, even. You know, you can think, I don't know, some people like Mother Teresa or something like that, right? Guess what? Human garbage compared to Rosie. Human garbage. Sorry. Just the way it is. I tell you what, Mother Teresa never gifted anybody subscription to my channel. So guess what? Rosie, best person ever. All for less than the cost of a brand new Tesla Cybertruck. I mean, it's so easy, folks. It's so easy. Anybody can do it. Thank you, Rosie. It's the best thing anybody can do for my channel, by the way, aside from sending me, I don't know, like your life savings, which I'll take. No kidding. Don't send me your life savings. Don't. Unless it comes in gifted subscription form. No, still don't do that. Anyway, thanks, Rosie. It's awesome. All right. Why do I say these things? Am I a terrible person? Terrible. A radio streamer says, for those who don't know, Jeremy's Farm is on Amazon Prime. Fantastic. Be warned, it's a little rough for some, I think my chat can handle it. All right. Go back to the chat for a second. What's this? We'll go here. Let's see. Let's see. Ottawa James says, I like this lady. Talking about Katie Hopkins. She's great. Ottawa James says, give me Maggie Thatcher vibes. They could use the Maggie Thatcher, but I think Rupert Lowe will do in Maggie Thatcher's stead. Let's see. All right, I'm just going to skip down a little bit. Rosie says she's hilarious. She is really good. Izzy says she's a national treasure Britain should be proud of. Yeah, every leftist despises her. Show. Right. Ottawa James says Nigel must have booted Rupert out because he saw him as a threat. Now, this is from what I hear from the, most of the stuff I see on the Lotus Eaters. But they say, yeah, Nigel just gets rid of anybody he feels threatened of. He actually tried to have Rupert. I mean, he had Rupert Lowe arrested, I believe, falsely. Let's see. All right, let's move on. What's the next craziness I got here? There's UK. All right, so we've gone through all of that. Nice, we can move on. So, I want to show you something. If you didn't think Canada was dystopian enough, well, distraught family blasts Canada for euthanizing son, 26, who suffered from seasonal depression. Seriously. Like, this is Canada now. This is Canada. He's dead now. Because Canada has decided to get rid of its, I guess, undesirables, right? Maybe he was taking up a space that's a, healthcare space that somebody who got here 15 minutes ago needs more. Let's see. So from global news here, Ontario family calls for changes after their 26-year-old son received Made in BC. If you're not Canadian and watching this, you should be paying attention to all this stuff. These are the warning signs for when your country is about to go insane. So he was 26 years old when he received Made on December 30th. His family says he lived with type 1 diabetes and partial vision loss, but says that his biggest struggle was his mental health, which they believe should have made him ineligible for Made. So just kill the mentally ill, right? Cheaper that way. Quote, he said everything the doctors needed to hear in order to approve him. Margaret Marcilla, his mother, said, was he actually feeling that way? I strongly believe not. This is called compassion, by the way, and empathy in Canada. Family said he first sought Made in Ontario, where he was from, but was repeatedly denied for several years. They said that is when he turned to BC, where he was approved. Quote, he didn't have the items necessary to qualify for Made, that's medical assistance in dying, and quite frankly, the system failed him, Joseph Caprera, his stepfather, said. Under Canada's Made law, Track 2 applies to people who are not terminally ill, but who have a serious and incurable condition. So just kill them. Just kill them. Easier that way. Easier. There's no money in the healthcare system for Canadians anymore anyway. Best just to get rid of them. It really is just unbelievably shocking. And here, this article's 2 years old, by the way. A pattern of noncompliance. Ontario's euthanasia regulators have tracked 428 cases of possible criminal violations and not referred a single case to law enforcement, say leaked documents. It really is shocking. After more than 400 identified issues with compliance, ranging from broken safeguards to patients who were euthanized who may not have been capable of consent, the office has failed to alert the public or take any steps to prosecute offenders. So if you just want to kill people, like if that you just like doing that, and here's a way, get involved in medical assistance in dying, get involved in Made in Canada. It's genuinely shocking. I think most Canadians just have no idea this stuff is happening. I mean, I hope that's the case. I hope that's why this is allowed to happen, because people just don't know. Because if people do know, that's worse. Even Warren Kinsella here. Oh, there needs to be a serious inquiry done here. Even he thinks so. Rupa Subramania says he wasn't terminally ill. He was blind and depressed and approved for assisted death. All right. Father asks court to stop 27-year-old daughter's maid death. Review. Doctor sign off. Doctor has autism and won't discuss reasons she was approved for maid. 2024. CBC News. The Canadian government is set to legalize maid for drug addicts in March of 2024. The loudest advocates for expanding euthanasia to drug addicts are also the same people who promote safer supply and harm reduction. So they just get. They have apparently just a bottomless thirst for killing people. Let's see. Oh, maid eligibility should expand to minors. Patients with mental illness report recommends. Wonderful. That's from 2023. Quadriplegic Quebec man chooses assisted dying after 4-day ER stay, leaves horrific bed sore. It's going great in Canada. How about this? Rates of medical assistance and dying from non-terminal illness in Ontario higher in poorer neighborhoods, reports say. Well, it's easy. Just kill those people. That'll clear up the healthcare system for all those immigrants. Total madness. All right. Well, you guys have probably had something to say about that. Let's go to the chat. Let's see. Ottawa James says, so sad. Yep. Rosie asks, so maid is better? The Canadian government thinks so. Just give up hope. Only 26 years old, There's no hope. He's already 26. I mean, it's shocking. Leftists don't care about people, all right? You're not an individual. You don't matter as an individual, okay? You are just some faceless part of some identity blob. You're a cog in a machine. When will people understand this? As he says, think they want to put the homeless on maid. I think I did read something about that, actually. Well, that's another way to end homelessness. It all kind of sounds like some regime in Europe in the 30s. Very reminiscent of that, isn't it? All right. What do we got next? I think we're getting close to the end here. We're 3.5 hours. My God. Good Lord. This is an atrocity. Oh, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube right now, please subscribe to the second channel. All the clips on world news and UK news and US news and meme reviews and woke mind virus and all that kind of stuff. And the downfall of Canada stuff on live streams, all on the channel you're watching now. Everything else on the second channel, Radio Baloney News. Please go there. They don't want you to. The algorithm hates you. The gatekeepers hate you. They hate me. They fear us combining our powers and becoming stronger than they can imagine. So you know what to do. Go and subscribe. Don't let them win. Okay. Now what am I talking about? Blah, blah, blah. We're going to the chat. Radio Streamer says, one of my nephews struggles with severe depression. I can't imagine living in a world where he might be given the option to end his life with state approval. Yeah, look, there's always hope. It's better than just killing people. All right. Maybe they'll let me do an ad now. Let me see. What do we got? Will they let me do an ad now? No. Why the hell not? What is the problem here? Let me try one more time. We've got the minimum number of people. No, it's not letting me do it. I don't know what the hell's wrong. Oh, well, no ads tonight, folks. I felt like doing one too. Rosie says, you're correct. Some are waking up. My favorite lefty friend called me to tell me she is no longer on the left. Not ready to declare conservatism, she has realized the party of caring is not the left. And sometimes all it takes is just to give people permission to think something that they think is forbidden, right? So just say, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Just say when you hear something crazy saying, well, I don't know about that. It might be that just that little that gives somebody permission to say, you know what, I'm not sure either. Maybe I'm going to think more about that. Because it is insanity. The left is insane, right? So if people do have the courage to question it, even just privately, I mean, they can be won over. Candle Monkey says, I see a TV ad for Maid. I'm busy and don't have time for suicide. Well, thank God. Let's see. I don't know what James says. The lefties are hateful. Hell yes, absolutely 100%. They don't see it. They think they're fighting hate. Let's see. All right. Now what do we got? I think we're doing J.D. Vance, I think. So from Overton here, Vice President J.D. Vance rips into Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez over her train wreck appearance at the Munich Security Conference. This was brutal. So what does he say? I think he does particularly delight in mocking AOC. And of course, who wouldn't? I mean, she is such a dingbat. Let's take a look.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, very much for your leadership, but also for the kind words about me personally. I knew exactly what I wanted to say, but then after the president said that I was so smart and that I didn't want to repeat our congresswoman who froze for 20 seconds over in Munich, now I'm tempted, sir, just to freeze for 20 seconds and just stare at the cameras, and maybe they'll say nice things about me like they do about Congresswoman Cortez. Well, thank you, Mr. President, very much for your leadership, but also
Yeah, I think we already looked at that clip. I don't think we need to go back there, but let's see. Well, here it is. Here's the clip. Let's take a look.
I think that this is such a, I think that this is of course a very longstanding policy of the United States.
Martha, you bring me on your show and you show me the most uncomfortable 20 seconds of television I've ever seen. My takeaway from that.
What happened there? What do you think?
Well, I think it's a person who doesn't know what she actually thinks. And I've seen this way too much in Washington with politicians where they are given lines. And when you ask them to go outside the lines they were given, they completely fall apart because, look, does anybody really believe that AOC has very thoughtful ideas about the global world order or about what the United States should do with our policy in Asia or our policy in Europe? No, this is a person who is mouthing the slogans that somebody else gave her. And it
I guess no one gave her one for that one.
I guess not. And it shows how thin the Democrats' policy actually is on all these very, very important questions. Look, that was embarrassing. If I had given that answer, I would say, you know what? Maybe I ought to go read a book about China and Taiwan before I go out on the world stage again. I hope that Congresswoman Cortez has the same humility. I'm skeptical.
All right.
Well, what does AOC actually think?
I think that this is such a, I think that.
Yeah, she doesn't think anything. She likes communism, and she hates rich people, and she hates white people, and white people are all racist, and everything's racist. That's what she thinks. And she was asked there about China and what if China, what to do if China was going to invade Taiwan. So, and she didn't know. Let's see. All right, so let's move on from there. I think that was everything. What do we have here? I don't think we even need to go there. Let's see. All right, so here's from Brian Lilly. And here's Jason Kenney, the very much disliked former premier of Alberta, who is kind of more of a liberal, really, it turns out, than a conservative. But I think this is interesting from him. So Jason Kenney, Canada's former immigration minister, said that he's been told by inside sources that under the Liberals, many refugee claims are rubber stamped without a hearing or any questions. This is no surprise. This has been known for years, actually. Canada's shadow refugee claim system, how tens of thousands are approved without a single question. New report warns Canada's paper-based refugee fast track may be prone to abuse by terror-linked and transnational fraud networks. In plain language, the countries whose claims Canada fast tracks without questioning are the same countries that produce the greatest number of security threats, and the system may be vulnerable to exploitation by individuals seeking to implant criminal and terror networks transnationally. Yet under the policy, a national of any of these countries can enter Canada, submit a paper application to an initial check system that is vulnerable to fraud and forgery, according to Yusuf, and enter society without checks and balances. That means that a person from a country on the Immigration and Refugee Board's country list can enter Canada, make a claim for asylum, and receive a positive determination in the mail without being asked a simple question, the report says, and receive like free housing and thousands of dollars a month and free health care and dental care and optical and everything that most Canadians can't even get anymore. Here's from 2024. Canada needs better security checks for international students, critics say. International students are not required to produce a police certificate when coming into Canada. Well, that would be handy, considering that so many of them are actually criminals that are not coming here to be students. They're coming here to be part of criminal gangs. Thank you. Thank you so much, Trudeau government, and now Harper government. Let's see. None of this is a giant surprise. All right. Let's hear Jason Kenney, and then I've got something else for you, which you'll be really interested in.
I can tell you from inside sources that under political pressure, the Immigration Refugee Board, which makes these decisions, has begun years ago virtually rubber stamping all claims from certain countries of origin. I'll explain one reason is that if you're a adjudicator for the Refugee Board looking at one of these cases and you say no, you have to write a lengthy decision explaining your reasons, which is a bit of a hassle. You have to spend a couple days writing your decision. And then that decision is reviewable in the courts and so forth. And but if you just approve someone, no fuss, no muss, you don't even have to have an oral hearing. You just look at so the incentives are very strong. So what I'm trying to say is, you don't get promoted if you reject. Yeah, what I'm trying to exactly that as well. They're under pressure to hit their numbers, their quotas. That's the political pressure from the government.
And of course, when you're taking in thousands and thousands and thousands of refugees, you're Canada, run by the Liberal government, you're not going to be able to handle it. You're going to be overwhelmed, which is probably by design, I have to say. What's this here? This is from November 20th, 2025. from Melissa Lantzman. For everyone keeping score, this is liberal border security exposed by Brad Redicop. Here's how it goes. Type a bit into an app, no human interview, and just like that, welcome to Canada. This isn't something we just found out about like yesterday.
When was done there, that's changed to a system that's called One Touch. So essentially, we get tombstone data, we do some biometrics, and the claimant is then allowed into the country to complete their security screening and such on their own through the One Touch system. They have, I believe it's 45 days to submit that, meaning, in essence, to speed things up, because we are short-staffed, we're allowing people into the country without first doing that security screening.
Okay, hold on a second here. So you're saying that a refugee claimant coming to Canada goes to a machine and says, I want to be a refugee in Canada, hits a button, and they're in the country? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not a machine, it's an application. So the One Touch system, they're given instructions on how to use that. That connects directly with IRCC, and they're given that documentation to complete on their own once they're in the country.
It's just an app on their phone.
We're not doing that.
So basically, they take out their phone theoretically and they tap it a few times, and they are now in the country as a refugee accepted by our country.
Yes, we get some basic data from them, and again, we do the biometrics. Beyond that, they're doing that on their own, yes.
So no human interaction. Your members do not ask any questions, don't confirm anything. It's a free-for-all into the country that way?
Very little. I don't know if I'd use the term free-for-all, but for the most part, it's self-declaration on the claimant's part, yes.
And so from your perspective and your members' perspective, this is not a good thing?
This is a terrible thing. It's during...
Yeah, terrible thing. Terrible thing. Just endless dysfunction in Canada. But can you even call it dysfunction when it's intentional, though? That's the question, right? That's the question. Wonder why we've got hundreds of criminal gangs in Canada that we didn't have before. Foreign criminal gangs. Well, it's not hard to guess, is it? Not hard to guess at all. All right. Here we are at the last tab of the evening. Here we go. We already saw the sky rats. Look at this sky rat. Adorable. Look at that. That is the cutest sky rat I've ever seen. Look at that. Almost makes you like them, even though they're vermin, you know, even though they're sky vermin, right? But what are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? Let's see. I don't know what James says. Jason Kenney was a good immigration minister. Was certainly better than what we have now. Absolutely. Da, da, da. Radio Streamer says about occasional cortex that practically a puddle, she is so deep. It's true. Back to engine. Oh, so you're getting viewer vertigo from the. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to. Oh, we love Fence Lady. We love Fence Lady. Let's go to Fence Lady. We haven't seen her in a while, it feels like. I don't know what James says. Even the Dems don't want her to run now. Occasional cortex. Look, if AOC became the Democratic nominee, she would get minimum 45% of the vote, because it's not about who the nominee is. It's about the other side is bad. That's it. It could be a can of Spam. It'd be 45%. I'm not even being facetious. Literally, just a can of Spam. Let's see. And don't forget, billionaires need to pay their fair share. From Izzy there. Yeah, that's what that is their mantra. They never mention the fact that Elon Musk, they hate Elon. They never mention the fact that he is the highest taxpayer in American history. He's paid an astonishing amount in taxes. That's been used to fund like fraud, right? So, let's see. Rosie says, ooh, we should rename her Air OC. All right. Let's see. Sure. I'm thinking about the Alberta move. Do you guys like occasional cortex? Rosie says sugar glider. No, sky rat. Rosie says fences are better now. I know. We like the fences. All right. Let's do it. 3 hours and 43 minutes. What a nightmare. Hunter Eagleman says President Trump just dunked on Chuck Schumer, posting a 1996 video where he supported voter ID to prevent fraud, just like Hillary. Oh, let's take a look.
Let's admit the truth. Everywhere people go, they're asked for a social security card. In fact, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a social security card. This is an anti-fraud amendment. Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud. Let's admit the truth.
So I guess he's a fascist, right? According to himself, he's a fascist. So, yeah. Let's see. Eric Doherty, one of you guys sent this in. Well, ICE just released a beautiful ad that hits home. This is who we fight for. This is our why. Every face ignored by a Democrat. ICE is doing right by all of them. So these are all people that were killed by illegal immigrants. So you will not see them on CNN or MSNBC, and New York Times will never mention them. AOC will never mention them. Ilhan Omar will never mention them. You know, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, never mention them. They'll bemoan the fact that you're in Trump's America, you can't even drive into a law enforcement officer in an attempt to evade arrest anymore. Total lunacy and stupidity. We can't watch this tonight because we're going to watch that on Monday night on the premium stream. We already watched this one. That was fun. Let's see. Look at this. Ambar posted this. No one would have believed him if he didn't have video recording. CCTVs or body cams are a must for men having such wives. Well, let's see if we can get this a bit better. Let's take a look. Men may need to start wearing body cams to protect themselves. Well, you watch this, you think so.
Stop.
So she intentionally ran into there to injure herself to look like he was violent towards her.
See, that's why I'm recording. Because the cops ain't gonna believe this shit.
Actually terrifying, right? Like a demon. Just a demon. I mean, wow. He married an actual demon. So terrifying. Rosie says she sounds possessed. Yes, that's what I thought. Oh. All right, let's move on. What fresh hell have you guys sent in that we have to look at now? The history of fake eyelashes. All right, let's find out.
I was today years old when I found out false eyelashes were invented in the 1800s.
Actually, you know what? I just realized I watched this one earlier, and we're not going to watch that tonight. That's a premium stream one. So is this one. All right, here. So this one was suggested, I think, by Spambot as is this real or fake? So let's watch it, and then I will reveal it to you. You guys can tell me what you think, real or fake.
This one's in Thailand.
I've been in Thailand before.
Have you?
Beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful.
What comes with the island?
There's a small villa there. You could practically build what you want.
There's buildings.
Yeah, there's
Do the islands come with the children, or are the children?
This island does have a small school. There are children.
Okay, so I don't know if that's.
Yeah.
What countries are near to abduct them from?
Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam,
Philippines.
The Philippines.
Of course.
The Filipinos, if they're not being a nurse, they're being your okay, so
true.
Yeah. So
What age ranges?
Below 10, I don't really.
Okay, you guys tell me, what do you think? Real or not real? Is it? Well, and number one will tell us, hold on, is it?
It's a total fabrication.
Or is it?
You're right. It's fact.
You guys tell me. What do you guys think? Radio Streamer says that lady was possessed by CNN's teleprompter after watching for 13 hours straight. Probably. Radio Streamer says she was watching long enough for Al Sharpton to mispronounce 3 words on the teleprompter when it happened. I don't know. I don't understand that one. Izzy says not real. Sorry, Radio Streamer. I'm too tired for this shit, Radio Streamer. I can't understand things. Almost 4 hours into the stream. Let's see. So Izzy says not real. Rosie says real. Rosie says, I hope it's not. Trudeau Survivor says real, but sounds like they're being sarcastic. Ottawa James says, oh, she was real. Well, there's no she in this. Izzy says, I hope not anyway. Radio Streamer says one more time. So watch it one more time and you guys tell me, do you think this is real or not?
This one's in Thailand.
I've been in Thailand before.
Have you?
Beautiful. What comes with the island?
There's a small villa there. You could practically build what you want.
There's buildings.
Yeah, there's.
Do the islands come with the children, or are the children?
This island does have a small school. There are children.
Okay, so I don't know if that's.
Yeah.
What countries are near to abduct them from?
Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam,
Philippines.
The Philippines.
Of course.
The Filipinos, if they're not being a nurse, they're being your okay, so
true.
Yeah. So
What age ranges?
Below 10, I don't really.
Okay. So I shall reveal the truth. Is this real or fake? Ottawa James says, sadly, probably real. So what do we got? We got a real. Okay, we got 1 reel, 2 reels, 3 reels, 1 not real. Okay, and anything else added? Radio Streamer is saying not real. And okay, here's your answer.
It's a total fabrication.
Yeah, it's obvious. To my mind, when I watched it, I was like, this is definitely not real. And I looked into it. It's not real. For one thing, it's very fuzzy, so you can't see people's mouths moving. This is just something that's been placed over top of it. And it's not real. No. And like, this sort of thing is not just going to be happening like out in public. It's like some country club. No, it's not real. This is Radio Streamer says, I give him credit. The body language sells it, but I can't really tell. I'm just going to assume it's fake simply because of all the coverage of the Epstein stuff. Yeah. It's not real. It is not real. They thought that cameras were turned off and said this. No, that's totally made up. Totally made up. Let's see. What do we got next? All right. So this was sent in as well. And it says here, this is from Mike. This is Carney. These are his own words. Canada is finished. You tell me, you guys, do you think these are Carney's real words? Is this?
It's a total fabrication.
Or
You're right. It's fact.
All right. So, Mark Carney's book Values. I have a copy of this book, by the way. Western society is morally rotten and it has been corrupted by capitalism. This requires rigid controls of personal freedoms, industry, and corporate funding. This is not a promise to make the lives of ordinary people better, but temporarily worse. This will be a world of severely constrained choice, less flying, less meat, more inconvenience, and temporarily more poverty. Assets will be stranded, gasoline cars will be unsellable, and inefficient properties will be unrentable. Mark Carney, in his book Values, Building a Better World for All. So you tell me if you think this is real or not. You guys tell me whether you think it's
a total fabrication.
Or
you're right. It's fact.
Do you think it's real or not? I know the answer. Rosie says, not guessing. Go to Alberta. Oda James says, no, we go pucked up Canada is. Now it is real. Juno Survivor says, real 100%. Badbot says, it's real bad. Real bad. All right. I'll give you guys another couple of minutes to decide. Reader Streamer, it's real communism, but here I really don't know. So what have we got? We've got 2 reals. I guess we'll take Ottawa as real. And Streamer doesn't know. I know. I knew the second that I looked at it. Shall I reveal?
It's a total fabrication.
Yeah, I've got the book, and I haven't read the entire book, but I've read the book, and this is not his writing. He would not. This is not Carney's style at all. And this is not the book is full of just euphemisms. He uses words like renewable, right? And values, right? And diversity. This is the first sentence. I knew this was not his book. His book, he's too clever to write this. He's not going to write this. He's going to use a bunch of euphemisms and a bunch of sweet lies, right? No, this is absolutely not in the book. Now, the book is terrible. When I started reading it, like in the first few pages, you go, oh, this is just Trudeau. So this is why Trudeau was doing what he was doing. This is just his book Values is just Trudeau policies, right? That's why I said that Mark Carney was going to be Turbo Trudeau, because Trudeau was just obviously a protege of Carney at this point. Once you start reading Mark Carney's book Values, you realize immediately, oh, Trudeau was just a protege of Carney. These were really Carney's policies since at least 2020. Right? No, Carney's book is full of like nice sounding platitudes and nice words about renewable and stuff and values. This didn't make it into the book. I'm telling you right now. No. Raider Shimmer says, I'm not surprised, just didn't feel right. Yeah. The thing is that I don't like about this is that you don't need this to criticize Carney. The constant lying from him about everything, Brookfield, about his conflicts of interest, about his meetings with Trump, his phone calls with Trump. It's just lies, lies, lies. You don't need it. Like, his record is bad enough. Just look at the economy, right? Look at him being Trudeau's economic advisor since 2020. You don't need that incoherent, idiotic speech at Davos. You don't need fake stuff, obviously fake stuff like this, to criticize him. Right? The same thing with Trudeau, right? Like, you didn't need made up stuff. He was bad enough as it was. So, the book, Ottawa James says, I would fall asleep to that book. It's boring. It's really boring. He's not this dynamic, creative writer. He's not. He's not a great stylist, but this certainly isn't his style here. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, I'd burn it, but I would be afraid of releasing communism into the atmosphere. But yeah, you would fall asleep. It's a boring book. Boring book. But that is not real. Ricky Gervais. We'll save this one for the premium stream. How about Adam Carolla here? I think we can do this one. So he's talking about Hollywood here and their posturing and their virtue signaling and how they don't really believe that Trump is Hitler. Of course they don't. If they did, if he really was, they'd keep their mouth shut. I'm telling you, every virtue signaling celebrity if they were in 1930s Germany, okay, they'd be Nazis because that would be the safest thing, the path of least resistance, and the safest way for fame and fortune. Let's listen here.
If they thought Trump was a real dictator and a real tyrannical dictator and Hitlerian or Mussolini-esque, they would shut their cowardly fucking mouth immediately. They got big problems with Israel. They got big problems with Catholics. They got no problem with Islam. Wait a minute. Hold on. You guys love women and you love freedom and you love rights and you hate oppression, right? But you're going to storm into Catholic churches and you're going to talk tons of shit about the Jews and Israel, but you got nothing to say about the group that actually does all the oppressing and subjugates women and treats women horribly and throws you love gay rights, right? You love gay rights? Yeah, these guys throw gay guys off top of buildings in a burlap sack. You have anything to say about them? No, I don't. It's a beautiful, peaceful religion. Why? Well, they cut your fucking head off. They go Charlie Hebdo on you. They fucking walk into your fucking shit and they start slaughtering people. And you're pussies and you don't want to deal with that. But you do want to be a hero. So go to the place where they don't do anything and they don't slaughter you and then go be a hero there. Don Lemon, go there. Don't go to the mosque and start fucking around. Someone's going to get you with a machete, and you fucking know it. But yet, you claim to be a champion of gay rights and women's rights. So that's what you're dealing with Hollywood.
Yeah, it's the path of least resistance, right? It's the prerequisite for that life of fame and fortune in the media, in Hollywood. If they were living in 1930s Germany, they do what all the German actors did. Then all the people involved in the German entertainment industry in the 30s in Germany, they do what they did. They'd become Nazis because it would be the path of least resistance. And they would need to do it to achieve their own selfish goals. So, and I think, why would anybody think otherwise? Right? Again, they're all for feminism, but there's one thing they won't talk about. They won't talk about like burqas for some reason. Well, I think Adam Carolla hit it on the head there. They're scared to. All right. What's this? We'll save this one for the premium stream. Shall we save Jesse Lee Peterson for the premium stream too? I think we shall. I love Jesse Lee Peterson, but I think we'll save him. Did we get everybody on the thumbnail yet? I think we did. Let's see. What's this? When you realize your partner is a DEI hire. What's this? American AF. American AF. Let's take a look. We can't do the music, but we don't need the music. We don't need it. Let's go. The look you give when your new DEI partner has no situational awareness. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, dear. So troubling. So troubling. Let's see. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, turn that music off. We don't need it. Is he going to land it? Is he going to land it? Will he land it? No, he's going to land it, right? He's going to land it. He's going to land it. No problem. No problem. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, he didn't really land it. Did not properly land it. Oh, dear. What is going on? Not a great landing. I don't know if this is AI or not. I don't know. We should check underneath. Is it real? I feel like it's probably AI. Oh, man. It's pretty hard to tell these days. Does it say anything underneath? When an attempted record-breaking jump goes wrong, wouldn't there be people outside watching it if it was real? I don't see anybody outside watching it. Let's see. Let's see. Grok, where and when did this happen? This is Ghislaine Chikarit's attempt to break the world record for the longest car jump, which happened on March 18th. In France, the Mini nosedived and crashed, but he walked away. Oh, so it was real. So it was actually, so I was wrong. I was wrong there. Huh.
You're right. It's fact.
Yeah. Anybody saying it was fact was right. Okay. Sometimes I get it wrong. You know, it's just, you start getting actual like AI paranoia. Have you noticed that? Because you don't want to look stupid. What do we got going on here? So it's not going very well. Vigilant Fox posted this. It's not going very well in New York City right now. Trash isn't getting picked up. The snow's not getting plowed. Homeless people are dying en masse in the cold. Yeah, not going well. Money fleeing, people fleeing. All the wealth is fleeing out of New York. So not going well. Here's that Kevin O'Leary talking about it.
So I guess he's asking, what's a 2% tax increase on a multimillionaire?
If you're already the highest tax jurisdiction in America, it's a massive tax. You know, what I love about this guy, and I'm giving him credit, he goes big. He goes big, and he's got a fantastic social media team. This is great. This is bat poo-poo crazy, what he is proposing. And probably sometime next year, within 12 to 18 months, I will meet him in Miami and give him real estate agent of the year award. Because I'm not happy with what's happening. I can't get across the bridge anymore. I live in Miami Beach. Everybody from New York and New Jersey and Massachusetts is moving into my neighborhood. I'm pissed off. And this guy's just doing more of it. What he's proposing is beyond insane, but I love it.
You are
now,
very dramatic.
I'm like everybody else. Listen, you guys live here. You're not paying your fair share.
I don't live here.
You've got to pay 110%. That's the right thing to do. Because he's not cutting spending.
No, but
he's just going to tax you into oblivion.
Yeah, not cutting spending. He needs money. He needs lots and lots of money for all his commie stuff. Yeah, so essentially, he wants to raise taxes on the rich, and if he can't raise taxes on the rich anymore, and of course this is a problem because the rich are all fleeing, right? So short term it works, but long term it doesn't. The money's just gone. Now you still need all of the money for your massive spending projects. So where do you get that from? Well, it ends up being everybody else. So whoever was the next richest is now the wealthy, and then when they leave, the next is, and then it's just the poor paying for everything is the way that it works. And then the whole place is just poor. It's just poor people, right? I mean, it's not like there's not like any mystery around this, right? It's a familiar pattern. Ask Argentina about it. But apparently people never learn. Never, ever learn. Anyway, they're not liking hearing that at all. Let's see. But, it's their job not to like it. So they're paid to not like it. If they hate the policies, they have to pretend to like them. If the CNN people, the CNN commentators, these people, even if they hate the policies, they have to pretend to like them because that's their job. That's what they're paid to do. And then when it's no longer tenable, they can move out of New York. That one we don't have. I don't have the energy for that. All right, so that's it. We are done. We are so done. We are so finished right now. All right. Fence show. I like the fence show. Like the show about fences. Yikes. What's going on there? Hell of a fence. Let's see. Radio Sherman says, I figured it was fake talking about the car jump thing. But I guess that must have been all welded tubular frame with those special hard metal joints. I assumed it was fake because I'm just I've got AI paranoia. I don't believe anything is real anymore. We're just living in the Matrix now. Let's see. Let's see. Ottawa James says, dumbing down the electorate. To vote for Mamdani, you've got to be pretty dumb. Let's see it. Historically illiterate. Rosie says, Kevin O'Leary is a straight shooter. He is. He just is, because he's comes from the business world where you just have to be real. Like, you just have to confront reality on a daily basis. And you can't argue with reality because reality will win. Ottawa James says, LOL, a Radio Baloney marathon. Well, we haven't done over 4 hour stream in a while, have we? Spambot's tired. Don't worry. This will all be over soon. Trudeau Survivor says, Mamdani was hatched out of a lizard egg colony in the basement of the Biltmore. The Biltmore. I knew it. Rosie says, we live in a neighborhood with an HOA. We discovered tonight a neighbor has a baby goat in a dog crate. Oh, come on. That's too adorable. The neighborhood needs to rally around that baby goat and protect it. That's what I say. Like that monkey, that baby monkey in the Japan Zoo, which I don't even want to talk about. I mean, it's so heartbreaking. We're not going to do it on this show. It's too heartbreaking. The one with the stuffy, the plushie thing. I mean, come on, people. Come on. I can't think about it. Too upsetting. All right. All right. Hey, if you're on YouTube right now, go and subscribe to the second channel. It's only been about 5 months. Radio Baloney News. Radio Baloney News. The channel you're on right now is Radio Baloney. It's where the live streams are, and all the Canadian clips are on here. But on Radio Baloney News, you get the world news, you get the UK news, you get the US news, you get the meme reviews, you get the woke mind virus stuff, and all the crazy woke dingbats, all that your heart desires. All you need to do is go and subscribe to that. It's the featured channel on the homepage of this channel right here. Or type in Radio Baloney News. It's going to come right up. Subscribe to that channel. There's no telling how powerful we can become when we combine our powers. All right. So do that. Do that. Help me out. Help me out, man. Let's see. Let's see. This video is about a fence, you guys. It's about fences, right? All right. Brr. Rosie says 100% Biltmore. Well, I guess that's it. Trudeau's Rice is 4 hours. I know. It was a slog tonight. A slog. Ottawa James says, give Radio Baloney a like and follow. That's right. You get your free good karma right now in these troubled times. Can you afford to turn your back on that free good karma? I wouldn't do it. I'm not crazy. I heard a guy watched the stream, loved it, didn't like the stream, got spina bifida like the next day, like late onset spina bifida. Terrible story, actually. Terrible story. All right. Radio Streamer says to Greenland. Greenland. Let's see. Nevada wants to be emperor of Greenland still. Will he ever win? Will he ever win? I don't know. All I can tell you is this. I have a sudden spurt of energy at the end of the evening. And but it's fading already. Now it's going away now. Now it's done. Now it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, it's over. Okay. Well, I guess that's it, folks. Rosie says, thanks, Richie. Well, thank you, Rosie. Thanks for hanging around for 4+ hours. Holy macaroni. All right. Well, I guess that's it, everyone. I want to thank you guys for showing up. If it weren't for you guys, there'd be no point in me doing this, because I'd be ranting to a cold and different universe, and that would be depressing, wouldn't it? Very depressing. So you guys have rescued me from that. If you guys keep showing up, I will keep showing up. Thanks, everyone. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Sunday, 6 o'clock Pacific time, PM, 9 o'clock Eastern time. Everybody have a great weekend. Talk to you soon.